Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third day of the world title match between Roel Boomstra and Alexander Schwartzman. And today I am together with Jan Groenendijk, the opponent of. Oh, check something. No, it's correct now. The opponent of Roel Boomstra in the 2018 world title. No, 2016 world title match. And also a colleague of Roel Boomstra as elite athlete in Team NL, elite drafts player, and teammate of Alexander Schwartzman at the club in Wageningen, as well as I am. Hi Jan, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Esther, and welcome everybody who's watching.
Jan, we've had 2 days now, two games we saw. What do you think? Can we already say that one of the two players is the favorite to win the match?
Well, I wouldn't say that one of the two players is the favorite exactly, but if we look at the two games that are played up until this point, and if we look at the interview that was held yesterday after the game, which I watched as well, you could clearly see that one of the two players, namely Alexander Schwartzman, is trying to take it easy into the at least into these first two games, but I think he kind of showed in this interview that, or at least he said it directly, that Roel is the young guy. He's the one who's the older guy of the two.
He's half of my age, he said.
Yeah. So Roel is the one who should make something happen, and then he will try to see if he if he will react to that or try to take it easy anyway. But yeah, I think that's also what we saw or at least in these first two games, that Roel, kind of easily tried to make something happen, and Schwartzman reacted not in the most principled way, and then nothing happened. So that's, I think we can safely say that is what happened in the first two games.
Yeah.
And also yesterday there was this 4 o'clock game where one of the two players, or Schwartzman, had at some point he could have made it very very, very exciting and very interesting. But he said, I know that we'll prepare a lot of stuff, and I'm sure this was well within his preparation. Otherwise, he wouldn't play this so quickly, which is a good point, of course. But for us as spectators, we want to see Schwartzman, who's not afraid of any preparation and trusts his own skill more than that. But of course, it's a very reasonable decision to make, and on the other hand, I'm not so sure whether what he says in an interview like this, if we can really assume that is the truth. He must be he must know that this is streamed on Twitch. He must know that Roel can watch what he's saying.
And for sure he did.
And for sure, I think for sure Roel watches. I don't know, but if my opponent is interviewed in this show, I would watch it. And it can be some psychological thing, that he says, I'm going to take it easy. Roel has to make the play, and before Roel does something completely irresponsible, and he will take profit from it. So I don't know, it can go both ways. He can mean it. He can also, try to mess with Roel a bit in this way. But
could it also
anyway,
be some kind of surprise tactic that at some point he will just play very interesting, exciting, and then it's not expected by Roel, and he's so much surprised that he doesn't find the right way to answer?
Well, it could be, yeah. And I'm sure if Roel gives Alexander the chance to play something exciting, but something he really believes in, yeah, I'm sure Alexander will not. I'm sure he will take that chance.
Yeah.
Um,
Would this also be the strategy you would advise to Alexander to try to give Roel the chance to take an attack, but an attack with some problems, and then try to surround it?
yeah, well, um, it's quite interesting because I've I've played many a surrounding position against Rule myself, and I was sure, playing against Rule is like you're sure that your position should be good, and you should be able to do something with it, but he just makes logical, quick moves, and playing an attack is like you have just you. It's enough to follow your intuition, and every 5 moves you have to calculate some lines. But playing an attack is just moving your pieces towards the center. The attack is there. You should make sure to get control over the rest of the center, and then you're fine. And surrounding is much more complicated. And yeah, as I said, I've played many surrounding positions against Rule myself, and it's always somehow it's always the same. You're sure that your position should be good somewhere, and then you don't find it. You spend a lot of time, or at least I do, and then you don't find it, and you get completely overwhelmed by his position. It is so it's very well risky, so to say, to play such a system, even though you're sure that it should be good for you in somewhere. Um, so, and on the other hand, I've played against Alexander Schwartzman, for example, in the World Championship 2019, where I uh, I I myself took an attack that I knew wasn't no, it wasn't clean. It wasn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. Uh, yeah, normally I wouldn't recommend it to anyone to play such a thing. But I did it against him because I needed to win, and I knew he would, do everything to surround this position. And I think also for me that was maybe where I could beat him, because he believed so much in these surrounding positions that yeah, I was sure there were some chances for me there as well. And it turned out that I eventually got a winning position in the attack because eventually he made some mistakes. And um, but yeah, it's difficult for either of these players um, to to have faith in this because as Schwartzman you're playing against I can say the best attacker in the world, and they get for Rule you're playing against the best surrounding player in the world. So
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if we'll see this system soon.
Yeah, that would be great for us as viewers, and also for people who want to learn drafts to see the best players in these game types play such a game. And
Yes,
in the previous match,
definitely.
they played these systems in multiple games. So I think probably
Yeah,
we
I
will see
mean,
it at some point, but we only have to wait when this point is that there will come more interesting games than we saw in the first 2 days. And
yeah, well, no, yeah. I mean, we shouldn't say that there was nothing happening
no, no, no,
yesterday
that's right.
and the day before, but um, yeah, we see that at some point one of the two players clearly makes the decision to to make the position more easy, so to say. And yeah, we have not yet seen a game where both players are going fully for the win. And well, maybe we'll see that today. You know, it depends a lot on the first few moves, I think. And I
Yeah, we
believe
can
we're
already see.
already.
I think Roel is already sitting behind the board, and the waiting is for Alexander Schwartzman. This is also what happened the previous 2 days. We already discussed if it would be some tactics by psychological tactic by Alexander. No, he's there already. He's walking in front. In front of all the empty chairs there.
Maybe he's just, humming a bit, singing like Russian child songs.
Yes,
You
probably.
never
Could be.
know. You
Could
never
be.
know. You never
Yeah.
know. It's actually very known to be doing that sometimes.
So maybe we can check out the sound in the playing hall, but for now I think he's too far away to catch the sound, so
Okay.
no need to do it right now. And about the opening, because now who will have the white pieces for the second time? Do you think he will
Yeah.
try a different system or the same? Because in the first game he opened 32-28, and Alexander answered with 18-22, which we didn't expect actually.
No, that's quite surprising. And yeah, as being a rule, you should consider. Of course, okay, the first thing you should consider is do I do I have a problem with 1822 in such a match? So maybe he has looked into some lines, some variants that Alexander played after 1822 before, and that's also just quickly to come back to the interview of yesterday. I believe Alexander said somewhere, you asked him, but don't you prepare some opening lines yourself? Alexander clearly showed that he's very afraid of rules preparation. And I think you kind of jokingly said, well, you can prepare some lines yourself too. I mean, it's not. And he said, yes, but you'll need time for that. I was like, yeah, he has a good point, but being the reigning world champion, you can assume that he has made time for that. So I think that is for sure something that he just says to mess with rule, because it just cannot be true that he goes into this match without any additional preparation for rule specifically.
Yes, he likes the underdog position because he also said
Yes,
that
very much.
The entire Dutch, all players in the Netherlands are helping Roel and preparing his openings.
Yeah.
Just everyone. And he has to do everything on his own. Yeah.
yeah. I guess you could say that he likes the underdog position. Yeah. But yeah, so the opening, maybe Rule has, prepared some. He said it previously that he always plays 32-28, 18-22, and then 34-29. But it wasn't really clear to me why he didn't do it in the first game. He said something like, "I just wanted to do something else," but.
Maybe he was afraid for the opening preparation by
Well,
Schwartzman.
The game that Rule won in the previous match in the regular portion was from this opening, I believe.
Ah, yeah.
It was 34-29, 18-22, 32-28, 16-21, and it was from.
Did I see it correctly that he played another opening move? I think I saw 33-29.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
That's cool to see.
So let's switch. One moment. We'll change some things. Here.
and 1923. So that's exciting. If I saw this correctly.
Yes, now
we're
we have
getting
it
it.
on the board as well.
We're getting it. 35-30.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, and 14-19. Okay. I didn't say anything. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think Rule counted on 14-19, honestly.
Well, probably
Probably he
he
did,
thought
but
about it because the play of Alexander so far, and you should expect maybe both. So you should expect some interesting play and also some safer play, some more solid maybe.
yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, so the first few moves, so Rule's trying to, kind of be maybe slightly more aggressive than in the previous games. So 33-29 is maybe a small sign of the fact that he wants to wants to kind of go after this storyline of he being in the attacking position and Schwartzman being in the surrounding position. So 1923, 35-30. And normally we see I think against almost any other player, Alexander would play 20-25. This can become very exciting. Normally it goes something like along the lines of this, and then 5-10 or 14-19, or I think maybe even sometimes this. Just to give some example, normally we see some lines like this: 11-17, 6-11, and now White can choose if he wants to allow this. And this is the typical. Well, it's a typical thing that you'll see in this opening. So White has an attack with, we call this a winkelhaak.
Carpenter square. Carpenter square, yeah.
So yeah, White has this attack and Black locks this in its place with just 3 pieces. And on the other hand, White has complete control over the center. So he gets something in exchange for having 4 pieces that are not participating. And on the other hand, Black wants to just keep these pieces here and essentially develop this line, develop all his pieces towards this side of the board, because this side is locked. That's the most important thing. And yeah, this is always a very interesting battle. You can clearly see that White has the center under his control, and he will at some point maybe exchange forward and just build up a lot of tempi, a lot of power, while Black will try to move his pieces to the other side of the board. So that's something that you would normally see, normally see in this type of opening. But yeah, Schwartzman decides to play 14-19, which is, if you want to keep the game more easy, it's completely reasonable, of course. I've had this a few times myself, I think, as well.
Also against Schwartzman, isn't it?
Oh, maybe in the World Championship this year. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about it. Yeah. I think did I play 30-24? I think so. Can you?
Probably you know.
Well, I cannot really remember, honestly.
Yes, you played, and then 17-22 was played.
So this?
No, 30-25.
Oh, 25. Yes. Yeah, so for the new viewers here, there's a very famous game of, I think, Roel Bergsma. Not Roel Boomstra, but Roel Bergsma. And his opponent played this, and now it went like this. And now black has, well, not a huge problem, but maybe a bit of a problem, because he wants to play 4-10, which was what happened in the game. And now white, well, makes use of this, well, the fact that the piece on 4 is gone now, by exchanging to 23. And now this is already, well, a huge problem for black, because of course he can never play this, because white just makes a waiting move and will take 3 to king. And if black tries to block it with playing 20-24, then he again can never play 13-18, because again white plays this and now removes the piece on 24 like this. So yeah, and after this, black can attack sometimes, but yeah, this is just too much of an order for the black position. So
yeah, maybe it's good to add that this still happens, because you're
yes,
yeah, because you already said that at this moment the move 4-10 is very logical, and it is because you want to have the center. If you have this piece on 22, then you want to have the center as well. And this is now what white has. White has the piece on 29 and center piece. So the idea for black is to exchange. So that's why many people still play this move. But then this move will be played, and yeah, bad position for black.
Yeah, black has a huge problem here. So yeah, so of course, this is something, well, you learn when you're young. So these top players, they wouldn't even go for 10-14 anymore, just because of this line. So we saw, yeah, in my game in my game against Schwartzman, this happened, and now white gets an easy development of the piece on 50, an easy exchange towards the center, and no, I got some advantage, but it was very clear that Schwartzman, yeah, just wanted to draw in the last game of the tournament, to I guess it was to secure his title, but he wasn't, beforehand he wasn't sure that he was still dependent on a lot of other results, whether he would really win the tournament. So I was kind of surprised by his strategy, honestly, but well, he won the tournament, so the result is always speaks for itself.
Yeah. And as we see now in the game, not only Schwartzman played this before, but also Roux had this system not so long ago. In Heiken, I think it was. He played against Ton van der Ploeg, and he had this position as well. Until here, I think. No, later even.
Yeah, so I had this position myself a couple of times, most notably against who was it? It was actually against quite a strong player, and he fell for a classic trick in this opening, because I played this move. He played 21-26. I played 44-39, and now he made the mistake to take this 2 for 2.
I also won once like this.
And yes, and now it's there's a nice trick that is always something to look out for when this construction is on the board. So white plays 30-24, and now if black captures with 19, he loses a piece, of course, because white takes 2. So black captures the other way, and now white removes the piece on 14 and proceeds to make a small combination towards the square 5, and black can easily catch the king by 12-18 or 11-17. White will move the other way. Black captures the king, and in the end, white has won a piece and will win the game. So so yes, that is of course something that again these players know, on the top of their head. Just they don't even have to think about it. But we see Schwartzman constructing a bit of more aggressive, I would say, aggressive system. This is called well, that's just called a vuist, so I would say a fist, yeah. Because it's called like that because you can punch with it. So you can at any point you can the fist punches and you can get an attack like this. Of course the risk of the fist formation. So for example, if white plays this now, you can immediately see that the fist has done its job. Black has created an attacking position, controls the center, and there's white has almost no future here, I would say. So that is of course not going to happen, but maybe what is logical is to play 32-28 and exchange towards the center. And so what, for example, what can be the risk of a formation like this with the fist is if black doesn't pay attention, then it can get somewhat locked. So what we're seeing here is that the black has these 5 pieces on the edge of the board that are designed to make it easier for black to go into some sort of attack. But at this point, white has created the case where this is never possible because of an easy trick. Black will have to do some shuffling to get into the attack anyways. So I think maybe this is a move. On the other hand, this is also quite logical to play 12-18 and to develop the pieces in this way. So for example, white plays 41-37, and now there's a classic little trick. White cannot take this one because of 24-29 and take 3 and take 2 afterwards even. So white has to take the other one, and now there's an interesting battle between the black center and the white pressure on the piece on 24, I would say. So this would be interesting to see. But I think after 32-28, there's other moves that black can try, because you can, for example, you can immediately attack this piece, and when white plays this, he can play 13-18, which is also a very very well known idea in these types of positions. And the idea is that black wants to at some point maybe make this exchange backwards. For example, after 41-37, 19-23 backwards, and now it's clear that these white pieces, as we saw yesterday, it's kind of a difference between ice and white again. So black has no piece on 15, is a nice, very central structure, while white is more fragmented on the edges of the board, I would say. So of course there's no big deal, but it's easier to play for black for sure.
And we see now 32-28 has been played.
We see Roel actually going for this, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I have to. Yeah, so this move has been played.
Oh, and we also see Schwartzman is playing with this face mask today. But with his nose outside the mask.
Yeah, that's the.
I don't know what the strategy is behind that.
So they can still smell. I don't know what he has to smell, but.
Yeah.
No, maybe when the lunch is served or something. I don't know.
Talking about the lunch, did you hear about lunch gate or bread gate?
Hmm? No.
This was on Dutch radio, Dutch sport program Langs the Line. So I think we can tell it here as well. Yeah, there was a special lunch gate yesterday. Um, because Schwartzman didn't have lunch, and it started with Roel. He went for his. They both have their own table with their own lunch. So Roel went to his
Okay.
table for his lunch, his bread, but there were no breads left anymore. And then he saw the main referee, Henri Macot, eating all his bread.
Well, someone.
So he thought, yeah,
I
what
cannot say. I
what
cannot
to
say
do
that
next?
surprises me.
And then he saw the other table where there still were some breads left. So yeah, he thought, okay, am I? Yeah, can I do this? Can I eat the bread of Schwartzman? Yeah, he thought, okay, I have to eat.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
yeah,
he
for
took the
sure.
bread of Schwartzman, and then Schwartzman didn't have any food left.
Well, I,
It's not something you expect in world
no, but
title
it is.
match.
It's somehow. It can definitely. Small things like this can definitely throw you off in a game. I would say. Um, but okay, it's not too big of a deal. But yeah,
I
if you
heard
expect it.
Schwartzman had soup, so at least he had something to eat.
Okay. Yeah. So it's just something that shouldn't happen again.
No,
'Cause then it will frustrate.
no. Today they arranged some name boards, so everyone should
Okay,
know whose bread is whose.
and also for the referee, I would
I think they
say.
also made something for the referee.
Yeah. So
We see your line has been played.
yeah, we're seeing 1823, and now Black is thinking still. Um, one thing that after 1318, I mentioned 4137 and 1923, but of course, yes, if White doesn't want this, which is to be expected, that Rule doesn't want to play a position like this, because it's easier for Black, and he always has this position with Black, so to say. So he will. It's easier for White to play something like this, because now after this, you can take the other way, and yeah, it doesn't matter how Black captures back. You have this small 1 for 2, and Black can win this piece back. But there are some issues in his structure afterwards. So, for example, White can play these two moves, and then play at some point 31-27, try to keep control over 27 while making progress on the other wing. And yeah, I think this is slightly more comfortable for White.
Yeah, some
So
problem in the balance again.
yeah, exactly.
It's a lot about balance.
No, it's actually always about balance in draws.
Yeah, so we see 4 pieces on this side and all the other pieces on the other side of the board for Black.
Yeah, you could say that for White it's maybe maybe the same. It's 5 against a lot on the other side, but for White it feels a lot more natural to to bring pieces towards the other side of the board. While for Black, he doesn't really. He can of course play all these moves, but it doesn't really help. It doesn't really feel like it helps.
Yeah, maybe
If I can.
it's also because he cannot go. It's not easy to see how Black can go to 24, while it's easily to see that white can go to 27.
Yeah, there's this famous line that our former national coach Rob Klerk used to say. Said that if you he said als je controle hebt over de draaipunt, so if you control the
turn squares.
No, not turn squares, but I don't really know how to say it.
Yeah, maybe the important squares.
Yeah.
Main
So
squares.
for example, if white controls 27 and 24 at the same time, so these two, it's clear to see that black, has some trouble. He can have a nice center, but white controls the essential squares, so to say. So then white can never really be worse. That is what Rob used to tell us. And in this position, it's clear to see that white controls the square on 27. He doesn't have a piece on it, but he controls it. Black. It's not easy for black to take control over 27 himself. And on the other hand, it's clear that white on this side of the board has all the all the play, and while black is missing just a few pieces to be able to control 24, while white is already there almost. He can exchange this piece and then he's already there, it's much easier for white to play. So I think we won't see black going for this. He did go for 13-18, and white did go for 47-42.
Yeah, today you're quite well in guessing what they will play.
And I've had positions like this myself sometimes, and I always it's not easy to compose a plan here for either color. If I play with black, I would say the most important thing is to somehow destroy the white structure. So maybe go for this once again. And if white, so the thing is that if white once again plays this, then it's clear that white has some problems. He doesn't have this formation anymore for the rest of the game. This formation. He has these holes, and as you said previously, if you want to fill up these holes, you should touch your what should you touch actually? Your
your golden piece.
Your golden piece on 48, which is in general the most important piece of the game. So for example, to just quickly state a line, 12-18, 31-26 would be the most principal, I think. And now, for example, just a quick example, I'm playing some moves, 1-7, 41-37 maybe, 7-12. If black goes for something like 18-22 at some point, then white is already, white has to make an important decision. Do I want to allow this? Well, of course, you don't want to allow this now, but say that white plays 37-31. Do I want to allow this and to leave? Do I want to leave myself with this structure on the left, and without golden piece, and with this structure on the right and with no center at all, or do I want to touch my golden piece immediately by playing 48-42 and damage my structure like this? So it's an interesting consideration that white has to make here after 18-23.
And another question I have is that in this position, this move is played more often in most games between strong players. The move 6-11 has been played. I see that this move 7-11 has only played twice, I think. if I see it correctly in chat. Can you tell us
Okay.
what's the difference between those two moves? Because it looks like this is really something, new move, something Schwartzman prepared. So he did prepare something.
Yeah. So yeah, the first thing that comes into my mind is that the move 6-11 is, of course, in some way more clean. So if you have the chance to choose between 6 and 7, you should almost always choose 6. Because, well, to easily said, 6 goes towards the center and 7 goes away from the center. But of course, it's in general more complicated than that. But yeah, so I would say that it's not strange that 6-11 has been played more often by strong players. But well, the first thing that strikes me as a difference is that if we see this variant that we saw, and Black plays, for example, 12-18, the difference is now that White can maybe play 31-26 and Black cannot attack with by 18-23 because of this easy 1 for 2. And the difference with 7 on 11 is on the one hand that that's not in the cards for White. So yes, if we see this, Black can play 18-23, even though it's not too good maybe, because Black has so after 6-11, Black cannot play 18-23, and now Black can play 18-23 and have a nice central position. He can nicely build up his position, 8-13 for 9, 10, 15, and see what White is going to do. But it's of course already very passive for White. And another difference is that after this move, 31-26, Black can play 17-22, which is of course not the case when this piece is there, because then White just takes 2, and now White has to take with 28, because on the other, if he captures the other way, 24-29 will follow, and Black is better there. So I think that's the most important difference, that 7-11, it gives Black a bit more options to free himself from this fist formation in case it will turn out to be ineffective. But yeah, for both moves, there are reasonable arguments to give for both moves, of course.
Yeah, but it's nice to see that Schwartzman sometimes may it look like he doesn't prepare anything, but that's not the case.
Yeah, or maybe he just had this. Maybe he just had this left for for any time it comes in handy.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Yeah, this is a good moment.
But we see the line that I was mentioning actually. Yeah. So
again,
32 or 42-37, 13-18. Yeah, so White didn't want to go for 41-37, 19-23. Well, logically. Another thing I would want to mention is that White, of course, does have the chance here to play 38-32. Well, if he doesn't want his structure to be as damaged as it is after 42-37, he can choose to play 38-32 here, and maybe
to keep this column.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most important thing. Black could go for something quite funky here. So, for example, this. I'm not sure whether it's really good, but yeah, no, maybe it doesn't work. I just wanted to go for something like this and try to close the position, because if white doesn't pay attention, black will close this position, and this is known as the famous gestem, yeah, doorstoot,
Move.
yeah, gestem, named after Pierre Gestem, who did this for the first time, maybe. And yeah, this could become very interesting because yeah, now white's missing his formation anyways, and yeah, it's not easy for him to get rid of this piece on 29, while black controls the other side of the board, and
Yeah, you can change this piece, but if you play it like this and then this and take forwards, then your structure on the right side isn't that nice.
yes, exactly.
You cannot
And it's
use it
all because
anymore.
of yeah, it's
Yeah.
because of this piece on 39 that if white plays this, black plays, for example, 8-13 maybe, and white exchanges this, then yeah, it's clear to see that there's not much to do on this side for white. He cannot play this, he cannot play this, he cannot play this. So he just has to wait and see until yeah, something's possible there. Or if black allows any sort of combination.
Yeah,
But
you mean if you? Oh, okay. No, never mind.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you play something like this at some point, then you can use it sometimes for combinations like this and this.
Yes, yes. For
Right, that's
example,
what you mean.
after, well, what is a good example? Maybe this one already. Yeah, you can use it to to make these kind of exchanges. So and then 28-23. Now that the piece on 8 is removed. So take 2, take 1, take 1, take 1, take 1, and now it's equal, but it's well, slightly more comfortable for white already. So yeah, it would be interesting to see this, but yeah, I just now saw that it doesn't work because of the standard idea. If black has a gestem on the board, if black wants to close it like this at this moment, then white makes a small combination, and yeah, he will easily win the game like this and towards the king. So that's of course something that we will not see right here, and yeah, the first thing you do is look at these types of small combinations. So yeah, that is the reason.
But actually, as we look at the current position, White has such a structure on his right wing, as we discussed.
Yes. Okay. So white did go for 42, 37, and black went for 12, 18, and now yeah. So now it's absolutely not easy for white to find a plan here, because well, his structure is so damaged that he should well he should think about 31-26, of course, as a first move, but yeah, I for example, after 18-22 or 18-23 maybe, yeah, it's clear that the white structure is yeah, not so great for these types of positions, and yeah, if black can play this and take 2 to 42, yeah, it's maybe with good play for white it's equal, but yeah, it doesn't feel good for white anyway.
And maybe even 17-22 is possible after in this line already here.
Here.
I'm not sure what happens if you take after 26.
I'd say that this is the purpose of it, and then take to 42. So the thing is that white has a choice now between 13 times 22, and then black makes a king, and it's I would say very good for black, because the king cannot be captured like this, because black takes the other way and wins 2 pieces. So this is a king for 2 pieces, but yes, these 2 aren't that strong and will fall eventually. While the king, the white has trouble capturing the king anyway. So white would go for 48 times 37 here. Black would go for 11 times 22. And yes, I agree with the computer evaluation that it is slightly better for black, but it's nothing major, I would say.
Yeah. So this
so
is
for
also
example,
a good
after
reason
this,
why Rule doesn't want to play 31-26.
Yeah. So for example, after this, it's easier for black, but it shouldn't be of any danger here already. So we saw the move 40-34, which is kind of surprising to me. I don't really know what Rule has planned after 1823.
Oh.
But maybe just 50-44 and 33-29. But I mean, if you're getting this out of the opening, I'm not sure you should be happy, honestly.
Isn't there an idea to start an attack on 24?
Yeah, so maybe he just wants to. So 1823. So you mean something like this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, now it doesn't work.
That would be a problem.
Yeah, so now white has 1 piece less. And if white wants to start an attack on 24, black can, for example, black can play this. Oh no, wait, black cannot play this. Or, well, yeah, he can play this, but it's not as bad as I thought it was. Because white has this temporary sacrifice, and he has quite an active position afterwards. But black can of course also first exchange this, and now white cannot continue the attack by playing 39-34 because of this small combination towards the square of 50. So this, and now take 3. So here white would have to play 33-29 anyways, and it's unclear to me whether white or black has made progress by the exchange of these 2 pieces. But I would say that there's some kind of there's some kind of balance here. It's ugly for black and it's ugly for white. So
yeah.
Black
and
has
why?
these.
Because
Black has these four pieces, which he would of course rather have somewhere in the center. Because right now they don't do anything. It's a formation, but there's nothing to do with it.
No contact with white pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And the same goes for the white construction on the left, which is it is one of the worst constructions to have ever.
This is always the first thing I learned to children. Your main goal in the opening should be to develop those 2 pieces.
And
no matter what, that's the first thing to do.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of Rule. It's kind of visible that Rule has never had any lessons from you. If you look at the current position, but But yeah, I would say that's a good thing to learn to most most children or starting draughts players, because well, essentially this is a worse construction to have because it can be completely blocked by 2 black pieces. So if you have 5 pieces that can be completely blocked by two of your opponent's pieces, then yeah, it's always a bit tricky. Here there's well, it's nowhere close to be blocked in any way, but yeah, there's some kind of balance in the ugliness of the 2 positions here. So I think that's yeah, if we would see this, it can still become interesting because both players have to solve their problems yeah, in their own way. And if the one chooses, if for example a rule chooses to well, to develop it like this, it can give some function to the black construction anyway. It still could be interesting. So yeah, so I'm not really sure what rule has planned after 1823. Can you do something else? For example, this. To in the spirit of your plan, because now black cannot play 1621 to 2126. Just try to do something this way. Yeah, I mean yeah, you can do it, but I think we would have something like yeah, black is in time on the square 23, I would say, for example. So what I mean is after this, white attacks, black plays 1318 and 1823, and yeah, it's it completely stops the white attack. Because white can play 3429, but then black takes this piece, and yeah, this is very bad for white, I would say. So it's always one thing you have to consider when you're calculating such a sacrifice is my opponent in time to stop to stop my own attack?
Yeah, that's quite an important one.
Actually, the first thing you have to consider. So yeah, I think we will not see any sacrifices here because yeah, it's clear that white is just not in time to do it. So after this and 3429, yeah, white had trouble continuing the attack. For example, after this, black has another idea in 1722 to exchange, or even well, win some more material like this. And now black is 1 piece ahead, and he will eventually win this piece as well, probably. So yeah, there's I don't expect to see any sacrifices here. I just expect to see this and 3329.
I see a question from our viewers. It said that it looks like compared to chess, there's less opening preparation in drafts than in chess. What do you think? Is that the case? Because I can see that in chess there's a lot of opening preparation.
Yeah,
I think it's the only thing that the seconds do. I don't know if it's nowadays the same, but
yeah, I would say there's a lot more opening preparation in chess, honestly. And speaking for myself, I like to. Well, of course, we know that the rule does a lot in this. In his opening preparation, and I know a lot of other players they do a lot of things as well. And for myself, I don't give it as much priority, and I just like to find an opening in which both players have to do it on their own, so to say. So I like to find openings, or even find openings during the game, that for sure my opponent doesn't know anything about. So
I
and of
heard
course against.
that sometimes you even found new ideas and openings during the game. So you didn't know what theory was in that opening, and then you found just a new idea because you didn't know what the main idea was in the opening,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you just thought
um,
yourselves about it and you found a new idea.
yeah. So um, there are some examples where that happened. Yeah. For example, I think the game I mentioned earlier against Alexei Domchev, in Nijmegen, 2018. Yeah, where I played something that was, um, it was kind of, it wasn't in the opening books, and there was a good reason why it wasn't, because it was just not good. Um, but it had some practical value, and it was very difficult for my opponent to find the correct, the correct continuation. And in the end, it worked because he fell for one of the tricks that was, that I prepared during the game, so to say. Um, so indeed, yeah, there's a lot of in chess. It's kind of, if you're not, if you're not going with the flow of the time, so to say. So if you're not keeping up with the opening preparation of others, you're in for a very bad time, I would say. And others are just ahead before the game already. And in draughts, it's much easier to, or I would say it's much easier to kind of find a way to keep the game going, um, and keep the game interesting, but without having to, uh, without having to do a lot of preparation, because you can just find variants, that are interesting but that are not known, more easily, I would say. So, and I think I like to do that myself, and I like to switch it up once in a while. And I think one of the people that does this best is Alexander Georgiev. Um, he will just take an exchange on move three, of which most people would say, okay, so this is a draw offer. But in his case, it's absolutely not a draw offer. He just
Yeah.
wants to avoid theoretical variance, and so just to make sure that you have to do it on your own. And this is very, this can be a very nice tactic to play against, for example, stronger players who for sure have a lot of opening preparation.
Yeah, and
Um,
I think I'm not sure because I don't know chess that well, but I think this is a difference between drafts and chess. That in drafts it's possible to just play something else and you don't have a big disadvantage. But I think in chess, when you try to find some new ideas, it could be that you just have a very big disadvantage already. Maybe that's why uh, they
yeah,
don't yeah they don't do it that often.
I would have to ask some chess players
Yeah,
uh,
that's a
how
good
how
thing.
they how they approach their opening preparation. But I would say that in chess, it's very clear that, if you follow, some streams and some commentary, it's clear that you have to be, on top of things opening in the opening already. So, you
Is
have to do, the newest, how do you say it? The newest additions um, to the opening repertoire of people, and in general, you have
is
to
it
follow that
right that
closely.
in one of your big world championship tournaments you played, you almost didn't do any opening preparation at all? Is it correct?
Uh,
Or not much at
I
least, because I think at nowadays you have a lot of opening preparation, you know, all the theory, but in your early days you didn't have it that much, and maybe
Mhm, mhm.
that's also a difference, that in drafts it's possible to even get a very good result without doing very much opening preparation, while
Yes,
probably in
yes.
chess it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure which tournament you're uh, referring to.
I thought your
Probably
first one.
probably the 2015
Yeah, I
World
thought so,
Championship.
but maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, yes. No, well, of course, nowadays it's much more easy to study openings because well, there have been well, certain, I think two or three books have been published by the Russian Grandmaster Alexander Gedmansky, which cover a lot of the openings that are played nowadays. And well, these books are quite complete and um, quite good. Um, but yeah, back then, so every well, top grandmaster has I think has these books and has completely studied them, and has even, well, in some cases even has made some additions or some some own conclusions. At some point in the book, Alexander or Gedmansky um, well, draw some conclusions about the position that you get out of the opening, and some players, they absolutely don't agree with them. They think it's far too easy to say, or to draw the conclusions that he's drawing, and they even made some additions themselves to some personal notes. So of course everyone has done that, and yeah, back in 2015 we didn't have these books, and of course, there were other opening books.
I think the only one was Agafonov. I don't know in which year that book has been written, but
Yeah,
probably in the
what was it called? Yeah,
yeah, it's all in the
Kurs Debutov or
yeah
something,
yeah
which is also something Debutov I think is opening.
yeah. It's also the
So
name of the book by Getmansky, I think.
oh yes. So yeah, there was this other opening book, yeah, but yeah, the book of Getmansky is far more complete and also more modern. It goes a bit more into detail on variants that are played nowadays. Um, but yes, back then in 2015, I for sure I didn't have this book. I think I was much more resorted to my own opening preparation. But I was still in high school or in secondary school. I think 3 days before the World Championship started, I had my last test. It was I think it was physics. Um, and yeah, because after the World Championship, we have a few months left, and then I would have to take my final exams. So I wanted to I had to make some personal arrangements with teachers back then to make sure I didn't miss anything during the World Championship, and I arranged some things. And 3 days before the first game, I had to take my last test because otherwise I would miss three or something. Um,
So, like
so
Schwarzman, you could say, "Yeah, I don't have time. You need time to prepare
yes,
your
yes,
openings."
exactly. Like back then, that was I could have said that. Yeah, you
Yeah.
need time to prepare something. But yeah, so considering how it went and the result that I got, you could say that it's in draughts it's a bit less important, um, and yes, of course, you have your base, a certain basis of opening preparation that you always can fall back on, um, and that's I think what I did a lot during that. during that tournament, and
Oh, I see in
yeah,
the
I
chat. Our viewers want to see your trick against Alexei Domchev. Your
oh
opening trick. They want to know it. Can you show it? Do you?
I well, I'm going to do it on the analysis board,
Yeah, that's possible. I think.
and I'm going to do it from from uh, from
Yeah, it should be possible.
my memory. So it was like this, and this is of course a and yeah. So this is a line that is played sometimes nowadays, but I would never play it with black because of the move 34-30. But okay, that's another story. But I played this, and he played this. So the difference with the normal Keller, of course, is that white can play this now, and after 1822, you cannot play this because of this easy 1-4-3. So the same goes for black here. So you have these symmetrical lines that went like this, 1-7, and now I played the aggressive 35-30, which is well, honestly, it's known to be okay-ish, but yeah, the problem is after if you exchange towards the center now, then black will play 13-19 most probably, and yeah, you have some problems in the future. But okay, I played 30-24. He played 14-20. And now, yeah, the problem is that after exchanging to 28, 10-14, yeah, for example, 41-37, black plays 14-19. And I want to, or I would want to, well, to catch this piece with the 40-35, but then black makes a small combination and wins a piece, you know, by playing 17-21 in the end. And he will take 3. So yeah, so I would have to take this 2-for-2 backwards, which yeah, during the game is something I absolutely didn't want to do because it's very ugly. I see the players are making some moves, so I'm going to make this quick. So I played this, and you know, he attacked this piece. I played 43 and 48, and now if black wants to be principal, which I did not expect, then he plays 4-9-9-14 or 3-9-9-14. But yes, my opponent didn't do this, and I think he played 3-9 first, maybe. I played 36, and then he played 10-14. So yeah, the white of course can play 24-19 here, exchange 3-for-3. And you know, continue to develop his pieces, but yeah, it doesn't feel very nice, and also doesn't feel very nice for black. But yeah, white has this piece on 35, which is developed, and on the other hand has this square 26, which is not so good. He has, you know, a lot of pieces on the left side of the board, so I think I would have very small winning chances here, especially against a solid player like Domchev. But so yeah, I proceeded with 41-36, and yeah, this is absolutely not good. And I knew it during the game, and I was thinking, okay, am I going to do this? I am going to do this, but I thought a long time about this move, and I already saw the trick that happened in the game when I played this. So so
How
it
many
went.
moves ahead is this? How
Yeah,
many
it's
moves did
probably
you play?
from here. It's probably from here. It's probably around 10, maybe 15.
Wow.
Well, white and black moves. So, so 10 for white, 10 for black, I think. So he played 5-10, I think. I played. It was something like. Yeah. So I think I played 38. Is this possible? Yeah. 40-19, 40-35. Then 10-14. 45, and I think now he played 4-10, and I played well, the quite risky 40 43-38. And now he played 14-19, 40-35. And this was the trick that I saw ahead of time. So, of course, this is a very dangerous construction, because Black wants to attack this piece on 24, and if White wants to defend it again by just catching it, then it's completely losing for White, because Black has this breakthrough combination. White has to take 2, Black takes 2, then White can play this, but Black will win this piece in the end. So that was of course what he had planned, and he clearly, we said something earlier about you have to trust your own calculations.
Yeah.
And he probably looked at this for I think around 20 minutes and just didn't see what I was planning to do on 10-14. And you should always say, if you don't see what your opponent has planned, you have to trust your own calculations and just play it. And that is what he did here. But
unless it's Jan Groenendijk.
In this case, I did plan something. So I played 33-28. He played 14-19, and now the quite surprising combination, actually, 38-33. So takes, 26-21, and 37-32, and take 3 to king. And now, now it's White has a king for 1 piece, but it will be, I think in the game it was eventually became 2 pieces, because I think I did something like this sometime. I'm not sure if I did it immediately, but I think I did this and took to 27, if that's possible. Like this. And then I can safely hide my king on 48, and from there it's easily winning, I would say. And I won within just a couple of moves. But this is it's a very surprising combination.
And it's amazing
especially
to see that you saw this already so far ahead. This shows your great tactical skills.
It's something, but of course, if I have the choice to play this or to play something that my opponent also doesn't know about, and is very difficult, and if I see some tricks that might make it work, then I'm very tempted to go for this line instead. And
yes, and these are also the difficult choices you top players have to make, because we also see the score bar here showing almost 1 piece more for Black. So
yes, exactly, and it's much more difficult even if you know that during the game.
Yeah.
So I absolutely knew that after this move I would have a very bad position.
And these are also the choices that Roel has to make, and maybe at some point Schwartzman as well. Am I going to take this risk?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, is it not a possibility? Yeah, is it just too much risky?
Yeah, for sure. And a risk like this I wouldn't recommend to anyone, unless you're very comfortable with it. But yes, it's very well. It's good to see that it can be rewarded sometimes. Active play and actively searching for ideas and new things during the game, to make it exciting. That it can work and it can be rewarded. So that was nice to see for me during this game, even though afterwards I got a lot of comments of people who knew it better and said, you had a losing position, how did you win?
Yeah.
So, but so this I would say this is the main variant, and now Black has this nice sacrifice or this wonderful idea, and he will continue to mop up this piece on 24, and yeah, probably white has to play something like this: 10, 14, 29, 23, I would say. And yeah, it's clear that black is the one who the computer all gives already more than half a piece, which is probably because of these because of the balance again in the white position. He has seven pieces on the left and 4 on the right, of which 1 is going to be exchanged very soon. And yeah, it's very bad for white here. So
okay, I think now.
Yeah, so let's go back to the game.
Yeah, maybe we can go back to the position where we left here.
Yeah, so we see that Alexander didn't trust 1823, maybe because of what we showed, the this and then attack first, and then
we can ask Roel afterwards, or Schwartzman. If Schwartzman wins this game, then we will see Schwartzman in the interview after the game. But if it will be a draw or Roel wins, then we will see Roel. So we can ask him.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he planned here.
Yeah.
But yeah, the move Schwartzman made is very reasonable, of course, and it's the idea that we highlighted earlier. So he wants to play, or he played 1923. Now it's not really a good idea to take this one, because white wants to win this piece back. But it will be left with, I think black plays this one. We'll be left with just this construction, which it doesn't feel nice at all. So you will have to exchange this at some point, and then but you will be left with this for the rest of the game, and you will have to defend this accurately with white. And I think that is why we see a rule taking the other way. And this is the thing we highlighted earlier. No, black has no piece on 15. Very nice if he brings his piece on 1 to the center. Very nice structure. While white is, he has an active position, but it's not so clear where it has to go, so to say. So probably it would have to, be something like this, or white to move this 1-7, and then try to kind of tempt black to go to 27 to be able to exchange it forwardly, and then to win some temps and try to control the center in this way.
And in the current position, if you had to choose for one of the 2 colors,
I would absolutely take black for sure. But I would. I've had this, or positions like this against rules sometimes, and where I played with a nice structure, and he played with the center and more active play, more temps and stuff, and it's not easy to play against rule because he will find a way to make it work somehow. But yes, I think Schwartzman is very comfortable in this position, and I expect him to not feel stressed at all, and maybe even he will think that he has some chances here on his own, in which case we will see some very exciting play today.
And Roel, if Roel could choose one of the 2 colors, which color would he pick?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure Roel wouldn't mind to play with black here.
Okay.
Because it's very clear that black is the one who is going to get an attack somewhere on 27, and it's white that plays with the ugly structure. On the other hand, yeah, always played well many game with an ugly structure, and he's convinced that that if you have a lot of temps and a lot of activity, it at some point it won't be just an ugly structure, but it can be powerful. Um, so just to give some small variants. So for the 3429 17, 3126, 712, maybe 41. Yeah, so exchanging this forward. Well, if black tries to maybe go into the surrounding like this, maybe that's not a good move actually. What do I play? Well, maybe 46. Let's say A12, 49, 43. I mean, so 11, 17, 32, 28, something like this, So white it's just building, and at some point it will be not just ugly, but very strong.
Yeah, now it looks like yeah, a nice position for white as
Yeah,
well.
so of course I've played moves that aren't too active for black as well. But if white plays a bit more carefully himself, and black also plays a bit more carefully, then I think we could speak of well some kind of balanced position. But I'm sure that Schwartzman is very happy with the position he got out of the opening.
But it could be both players are very happy at this moment.
Yes. So that's of course what we're looking for. An exciting position in which both players are happy to have their own color.
Yeah.
And have faith in their own position. And that's of course the most exciting scenario of all, I would say.
And another question we get in the chat is who we are rooting for, because Boomstra is Dutch, but Schwartzman is our teammate.
Well,
that's
so
a
what
tricky
do you
one,
say?
so you should answer it.
So what do you say?
Oh, I wanted to pass it to you first.
Yeah, I heard so, but I'm very curious to hear your answer first.
Well, for me, of course, I thought about this question, and yeah, I think as commentators, we shouldn't choose for one of the two players, but yeah, when I'm honest, I think I'm a bit too much Dutch, and also because Roel is from the same generation, so I know him already for so long. We've played many tournaments together, and well, it's nice that his opponent is Schwartzman, and I know him now for some years. He's a teammate at our club, so I can be happy for both of the players when they play a great game. Then I will applause for both of them. But when I'm completely honest, yeah, I'm hoping Roel will win this match.
Yeah, and yeah, for me, I think it's the same. Of course we yeah, if the competition, if we have these club competition games, we see Schwartzman well almost every 2 weeks, and it's very nice to have him in your team to to say it that way. He's a very strong player, wins a lot of games for us. But yes, I have a lot more experience with Roel as a person, as a player, and as an opponent as well. And yeah, honestly, seeing how Roel well prepares these matches, I wouldn't even say that I would maybe make it even stronger than that I'm just rooting for him, but I maybe even expecting him to win, which is well maybe a bit too strong, and I hope I'm wrong. So I hope that Schwartzman can absolutely bring something to the table here. But yeah, knowing Roel as a person, as a player, I'm rooting for him, and of course we're training together. but yeah, I think what Schwartzman said in the interview yesterday is a bit too exaggerated. So it's not as if we're, as if we're Team Holland against Schwartzman. Roel
Yeah.
has his own team, consisting of two, well, I would say two main persons, Rob Klerk and Wouter Sitma. And yes, if he has questions or if he wants our opinion on some opening or some lines, you can ask them. But it's not as if we're working together for months and months to.
You didn't prepare the 28-23 opening line of yesterday? The one in the 4 o'clock where
No,
Schwartzman
I
said,
didn't.
okay, all the Dutch players have prepared this opening line.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't check it.
No. Yeah, so I would say that that is a bit too much. That the fact that Schwartzman says that we as a Dutch team are against him. That's absolutely not true. And for me as a person, I'm rooting for Roel. But yes, of course, for me as a commentator, I'm rooting for both players to play exciting games. And well, maybe today we can see something, because well, this is it's quite a promising position right now, actually, for both players. And I think both players are indeed in their comfort zone, and maybe we can see some exciting things today.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, what do you think? Maybe it's time for our lunch break now, because they have to play. This is a bit of a building phase, and for us it's important. Well, you are at home, so your sandwiches won't be stolen away. But I have to check.
They're
for
here.
my
I have them here, actually.
Maybe at some point Roel or Schwartzman or the main referee will come and take my sandwiches. So I have
Just
to make
before we
my.
go,
Oh yeah, sorry.
just before we go,
Oh
Roel has
yeah.
played
Okay, no, now we can't take a
31-26.
break.
So let's just quickly
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
comment on this move. So yeah, the most logical thing for Black to do right now is just to go 21-27, of course.
Immediately.
But on the yeah, I think.
But then you have this piece on 16. Isn't that a problem?
Yeah, well, I would say it is, of course, it's not what you're wishing for when going into an attack like this, but you can play 21-27, you can exchange 17-21 times 22, and the piece on 16 will resolve itself into the game automatically, so to say. Because the only thing that White can do against this piece on 27 is exchanging it, I think. So I think we will see maybe Black playing 21-27, White playing 34-29, and then maybe Black playing 17-21 times 22. And for example, if White exchanges it now, you can see that the piece on 16 immediately has a function, because Black can immediately exchange back to 27 by playing 27-22. 22-27, excuse me. So yeah, this is and yeah, it's not to say that this is the best play for both players, but yeah, it's just to show that the piece on 16 can be of use in this case. And maybe it's better for Black actually to play 17-22 instead of 17-21. Just to leave the piece on 26 there.
Here, you mean?
Yeah. or is that dangerous in some way? No, now maybe white could play 29-23.
And then this will
And
be
then,
a problem.
yeah, this and maybe at some point white will try to lock black's attack in. So yeah, I'm not sure what is the best here. But
Well,
maybe even to play this and then just wait some moves. I mean, even though black doesn't have a piece on 27, he's the one who controls it. I feel like I'm saying that a lot during this day, but
control, balance. It's quite easy to comment.
Yeah, but you know, black can make some nice formations. For example, a12 maybe, a12 and 3-8, maybe bring 16 into the game. And yeah, it's white who has to figure out what to do with these 7 pieces essentially, because right now they're kind of stuck and they can only, you know, as I explained yesterday, because of the ice here, white is kind of gliding towards the edge here, and it's maybe white that has to figure out what to do.
Something interesting about the current position, this one, this one. If we move this piece 6 to 7, then we have a game between Alexander Bayekin and Ben Provoost in the Dutch Championship 2015. This is something, yeah, I think we can sure Roel is aware of. Don't you think so?
Yeah, for sure. Roel has somewhere in his life has looked into a line like this. Not sure it was specifically as a preparation for this match, but at some point he should have looked at this, I think.
But now 1-7 has been played, so I don't think in this position 1-6.
Yeah, maybe a later point, but I think there are other moves to play for black there than 1-6. But yeah, the computer is actually giving an interesting idea, because now that white has not played 34-29, it actually gives black the chance to prevent 34-29 by playing 18-23. Yeah, it's actually quite interesting, because I think black wants to play 1-7, 7-12 anyway. And yes, the difference is, of course, that if he plays this now 34-29, yeah, this is a much more active construction than this, because this cannot do anything except going to 24 and then going towards the edge essentially. So I would say that this is maybe something that black hasn't really considered too much. Otherwise, it looks as perhaps the most logical move, I would say, to prevent white's plan of playing 34-29. But okay. Oh, there's something going wrong now.
Yeah. Oh, I know why. Because we have something. Someone coming in. I will change some stuff. Maybe it will work immediately. Yes.
No, I can manage. Hey, Martijn.
Who's there?
Nice. Oh, you have the background.
Nice. So Martijn van IJzendoorn is joining us. Hi, Martijn.
Let me just quickly fix the background as well.
Okay. Yes. Oh, we cannot hear you yet. Don't know why. Okay, we're going just for a very small break, just a few minutes to change some stuff, and then we're back together with Martijn van IJzendoorn. Okay, we are back again, and now we can see and we can hear Martijn van IJsendoorn. Martijn, welcome in the stream.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello,
Nice
finally
to join you guys.
we meet you here. You
Yes.
will be one of the main commentators in the next days, but today you're joining us for just maybe half an hour, something like that.
Just a small conversation.
Yes. What's your opinion of the match so far?
Well, I think there are quite some good games. What you see is that there are mostly like solid games on the board, but still there are like some nice ideas. I remember that in each game there was a nice hidden shot, so it was nice to see that. And this game I think is a little bit more exciting because both players they have maybe what they want. Schwartzman has a nice clean position and who has the temps. So just exciting and waiting what's going to happen.
Oh, and they actually played 1823.
Yeah, we were talking
Oh.
about this move just before the short break.
Yeah.
Now we see Schwartzman playing it.
Is he continuing like Ben Provost?
Yeah, so the game we mentioned earlier, I think, was from the Dutch Championship 2015 against
Yes.
Alexander Baljakin with white, our Dutch player coach, against Ben Provost. And Ben played with black, and he played, I think, very early on. He played 14-19, after which white could play 30-24, and yeah.
Oh, and after that he continued with 1823.
Yeah,
right?
maybe that was it. But yes, the way Schwartzman is playing is very well. It's much more principle, I would say. So so it's a bit strange that on the previous move he did still give Rule the chance to play 34-29. You know, if he had this idea in mind, why not play it immediately? But on the other hand, he still gets his way now. So.
But do you think that Rule wanted Schwartzman to play 1823 because he could also prevent it with 30?
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure actually.
Yeah, because I don't think that on 34-29 Schwartzman would play 8-12 and then try to exchange to 23. So just a bit curious what Rule was thinking actually.
Yeah, for maybe it's just that he first wanted to develop. I don't know. Maybe after 34-29, 21-27, he thinks, you know, there's some exchanges, and I don't want to allow these. And now after 41-37, if black plays 21-27 immediately, you can maybe play 37-31 and
okay.
And afterwards play 34-29.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the difference that Rule was going for.
I'm not sure if you should be afraid for this exchange because
no, there's no. I don't think so too.
Because we are talking about that Rule was playing something like this. But he also shouldn't be afraid for this exchange because you're just winning tempos with white. So
would you rather have white or black here?
Usually I would say black, but because I really like to surround. But in this position, it's just quite hard because I don't think that white has too many weak pieces. Only the piece on, let's say, 35, I would say, is not so nice. But if black, for example, plays 40-19, then you can always exchange forward or back, whatever, and then you just develop your pieces and yeah, in this position is just the more moves white is playing, the stronger his position is becoming. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
just the usual thing. What happens if you play against Roel? His position is improving while your position is getting worse. So I think we've all experienced it once in our life against Roel. So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
And
No,
now
but
about the current position, how do you think it will proceed?
Current position. I think there are few interesting plans. Maybe something with 30, 24. Then yeah, maybe 24, 20. Just look a bit the position there, get some activity. Maybe he just wants to wait with for example, with this move and just see what Black is going to do, whether he's going through the center or whether he's going to play 21, 27. So there are a lot of options, I think.
Yeah, so something interesting maybe is after 30, 24, Black might be able to play 30, 23, 28.
So here?
Yeah. Because the white construction on the left doesn't allow him to exchange this piece towards the center in any way. So you'll have to do something like this, like Alexander did as well.
But in a slightly better position.
But then it was it was because Ben had already played 14-19 that this piece on 35 is already developed, and then it makes a lot more sense to exchange this piece on 28. But here I'm not sure actually what white white ever is going to achieve.
I usually like to play something like this and then bring the piece over there and develop all the pieces. But the problem is then Black is also already standing probably here, and you will not be able to remove Black from that field. So yeah, there are there's some danger if you play
some considerations.
Yeah.
But it's maybe we can have a short look at the move that is recommended by Sken.
Yeah.
It does look quite interesting. So 36-31, he says.
Oh wow. Okay. Didn't expect that. But I think also what he's planning to do is just to develop 46.
Yeah, I think so. He's saying something like this: 13-18, and now 46-41. Yeah, 9-13. Now it looks like white has a bit of a problem. But
yeah.
Oh, because there's this big threat there. And I don't think white can play this because of 18-22.
Yes.
So this is a nice idea. So yeah, white has to, white wants to just take these two, but he has to take the majority, and then 21-27 gives back a king. It's still equal pieces after 2015, but not something white wants to go for. So yeah, computer recommends 33-28. It seems like it's almost forced anyway. So yeah, this of course, black over white doesn't want at all, because then it's clear that black controls the center, and these pieces are there for nothing, I would say.
Yeah.
So computer recommends this, and now black can play 21-27 or something.
And what about instead of 33-28, if you play 32-28?
Yeah, that's also
interesting.
But do you think these are lines where Boomstra is looking to? Because it doesn't look like structures to me for Boomstra? You know the structures
I
he
think
likes.
it's the pieces are nicely in the center, but there's some slight problem on his left wing, and yeah, for example, if you somehow play this and then try to move the pieces over there, then I think White can get into some trouble. But still, I would say the white pieces are still nicely in the center, and you can just try to improve your positioning on the left wing.
Yes, and also especially against someone like Schwartzman, who is known for sacrifices some pieces here and there to break through a weakened wing. I would say this could turn out to be quite dangerous for White. So yeah, it's clear that he has after 1721 happens, he has 2 pieces or 3 pieces on one side of the board and approximately 8 on the other. So for Black it's much more balanced and much more controlled.
I agree.
And we see some moves have played.
Yeah, we have some moves. So Rule didn't go for 36-31. He went for 46 and then 37-31 actually. So that's quite surprising.
Yeah, maybe it also looks a bit more solid instead of playing 36-31.
Yeah, 36. It's a kind of a typical computer move, I would say.
Yes.
36. It's not something you see every day.
Well, Rule should be able to guess this move is what the computer suggests. From the experience, from the trainings, he's quite good at guessing what the computer is thinking. So he might have thought about the move, but
he's the one in the Dutch team, the best in guessing what the computer will indicate to play.
Yes, I would say so.
I think because he also practices a lot with the PC and tries to beat it. Especially, he's good at finding these moves. Yes.
He even knows. Maybe goes a bit too far to say, but he even knows the differences between Turbodump between King's Row and Scan. In a lot of positions.
You mean there's a position and he knows, okay, Turbodamus will play this, or Flitz will play this move, Scan will play this move, King's Row will play this move.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a bit scary, actually.
It's quite. He'll say in certain positions, he will say, Scan will give plus 0.2, King's Row will give minus 0.2, and in the end it's all equal. So he says that a lot. Actually,
he has programmed something in his brain to to be able to do that.
I'm not sure. We should check it sometime. Like Jitse, you mean?
Yes, like Jitse. Well, Jitse doesn't really have that with the scores. Jitse has it with the combinations. He knows exactly in which positions their combination and tricks.
Yeah.
And, he just tells it usually like it's the most common thing on earth, but it's like insane.
Jitse in trainings is insane. Yeah. And he will just he will say something like a variant, and then we will have we will need like maybe a minute to process what he's saying, and then he says, and then he turns out to be right.
Yeah, exactly.
Those kind of things Jitse is very known for. Yeah.
It's good for us to now we can learn all of you a bit more. Basically by the stories you guys tell about the guy who isn't here.
Yeah. But he will be here.
Yeah, he will be.
He will be here again.
So when Martijn will leave this conversation, then we can talk about Martijn a bit more.
Exactly. No, Martijn has actually, you have some experience with Schwartzman, right?
I do have, yes. I think I have had training for about 3 or 4 years. I don't remember exactly how many years. And it started actually when I had training with Ron, and Ron out of nowhere he suggested maybe you should get some trainings with Schwartzman. He just offered me to do that, and I was thinking about it, and I thought like yes, why not? The only thing is that I was quite young and I was not so good with English, so we
What was your
thought
age back
that
then?
it must be like 14, 15 years old, something like that. So he introduced me. I think I'm not exactly sure, but there might be like one train, like the first train that Ron was also sitting there next to me with Schwarzman.
Yeah, Ron wanted to learn something as well, probably.
I think so.
Ron
I'm not
Heusens
sure,
we're
but
talking about, right?
yeah, I have to ask him because my memory is not so good right now. But so I've had training with him like for 3 or 4 years, so I know him quite well. So
How is he like as a trainer?
yeah, he's really I would say well prepared. He usually came with some of his own games, and he was trying to explain me like what he was thinking. So at that age, it was really interesting to learn from him. Nowadays, still, of course, because he's still one of the strongest.
Do you still remember some of the lessons you learned from Alexander Schwartzman?
Well, I think I don't know exactly the material, but what I remember the most is that back in the days, I really had some problems with playing against players that are not really willing to play, and so they are trying to exchange a lot of pieces. And that was like the first trainings which I got from him, like how to deal with these kind of players. And I really learned a lot about how he was dealing with it, just how to keep the pieces on the right squares and create something, create some problems for your opponent while he is actually trying to simplify the position. So that is definitely something I learned from him, which was really valuable.
Yes, and I believe we had a game as well where I I noticed that in Rotterdam.
When was that?
In Rotterdam, you know, we had this game where which was equal across the whole way, and then at some point I was like, okay, let's make a draw, and then you said no,
I
no.
remember that.
And Martijn said no, and then proceeded to crush me out of nowhere.
Yes,
and then
because I had the feeling that there was something, like there was a piece which was not so active, so I was trying to go for it, and in a few moves I had
that was a bit rough, yeah.
On
the other hand, about this position, I just want to quickly point out that probably Schwartzman is going to play 13-18, and there's a nice idea here that so if White plays, for example, if White plays 38-32, there's this small combination, of course. And if so White cannot take this one, and if he takes this one, then 14-19 will win back the game. So if he plays, I think Roel has prepared something like 33-29 to make it a bit more exciting, because it's not so clear which other moves White has here. So I think he has prepared 33-29, but now I want to quickly point out that after 8-13, the most logical move is prohibited. So White cannot play 41-37 because of a small combination. So he's giving White 2 pieces, and then a third, a fourth, and then takes 5. And because White has to take this piece in the end, he doesn't get a king because Black captures it first. So I think it's actually quite relevant, because yeah, it's not so clear if white cannot play 41-37. You should maybe make some choices. Yeah, for 49 is not so. But I mean, after 40, 50, 44, it already feels a bit. Yeah, as if.
But do you think that Roel planned to develop his position like this? Because
Well,
yes.
I'm sure he saw it already.
Yes.
But on the other hand, I'm not so sure which other move White White has here, so to say. No, if 33-29 is not possible, White should already make some concession somewhere probably.
Yes.
So maybe 48. I see
Oh.
the computer is saying 48. So
what about 50, 44?
Yeah, that's of course logical as well.
The only thing I don't really know is how to continue further. For example, after 3-8, because black is just coming for the wing, and I don't really like it. The thing I would like to do is just bring 44 to 29 to have some nice development, but
yes, for
I
sure.
don't think that is really possible to get that.
Yeah, this is kind of the ideal
yes
scenario. But of course, once you let's say black plays 3-8, and once you play 33-29, they can already think about, for example, this. But also, this is still there.
The exchange is still possible.
Yeah, it's still possible.
And you have quite a bad wing, so.
Yeah, this is. So we're talking about this, right? So this, and then the same combination as before, but now it doesn't win the piece. But it's still clear that.
Talking about balance.
Clear about balance. Yes.
It's still clear that that black has quite a strong attack on this wing, maybe.
This is a nice question for in the Netherlands. We have the selectiedag, the day to select players for the national youth trainings, and then you always have the question: how many pieces are there on the left wing and on the right wing? And this would be a nice question: how many white pieces are there on the left wing? None of them. Yeah, this is not a very balanced position.
But it's where's the line actually? It's
for the left wing, it's only these three.
Really?
Right? And then you have
for the
these three.
I think you.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay.
These three are the left wing, and then these three the right, and then this is the center. Right?
Yes, okay.
Or not?
Well, I've always thought like these two you can account for like half the board, so you should count like two on the left wing, and then the rest is for the right wing. That's
yeah, it's okay, but then maybe it's about terms, because in Dutch, long wing and short, or long wing and short wing, I call them left and right in English, but
okay, yeah.
And then we also have the center. But okay, if you talk of the left side of the board, it's just taking it in the middle, and then this is left, of course, and this is right.
Yeah. So either way, whether you consider left wing, right wing, left side of the board, white doesn't have a lot of pieces there anyway. So it's probably safe to say that black has quite a big advantage here, actually.
And talking about the current position, because some moves ago we said, okay, both players feel comfortable with their position. Do you think Roel is still comfortable with his position?
I think if you look from the opening, then it could be that Roel wasn't really satisfied, but now he has at least developed all his pieces, and except 50, but I don't know if it's really necessary. But I think both players do have a plan. Who is trying to block the black position, and black is trying to attack on the left wing of white. So I think they are both quite okay with their position.
And what are the chances for white in this position? Because for black, it's more easy maybe to say, as you said, an attack on the left wing of white could be a plan, or maybe somewhere go for an attack in the center. What are the chances?
You're asking where the white chances are coming from. Well, it's actually from the waiting moves and blocking the black position. It's quite hard to explain, but let's say black is going to attack from 28, like this. What we were talking about. Oh, sorry, not this. But let's say, I don't know. Again, the combination. Well, if you don't take the combination, just
some examples, yeah.
Some examples. You're just trying to pressure on this piece. This is not a good variant for white, but there might be some plans to put some pressure if black is moving forward.
Yes, and also, I think what Martijn is saying maybe is refers a bit to the Keller variant, maybe, where black also has this very active position and attack on 28, and you just wait a lot of moves until the black position comes to you, essentially.
It's a bit of this. It's a bit like a counter attack, like.
Like a guerrilla tactic. You know that in war it's a special tactic. You don't know it?
Don't know much about wars, honestly. But can you explain?
It's a tactic where you just wait. In the Vietnam War, I think they used it, and they were just waiting in the bush and just waiting for the opponent to come. And then at the moment they come, then they started to attack and kill the opponent, basically.
Yeah, that's a bit of Martijn's playing style, I would say.
Yeah.
Especially in these surrounding, we said a lot about Schwartzman's surrounding abilities. But back in the days, nowadays he's more of an attacking tempy player himself. But we have one of the best surrounders here today, actually. So nowadays.
Now we see this line. So
we actually see 8-13. Yeah.
An important moment.
Well, I think there is no chance that Hull will miss this trap.
No, absolutely.
Yes, for sure, something to think about, like how to develop the pieces. I think. I
think Schwartzman is doing a pretty good job actually, right now.
I think what White is going to do is do something like this. First develop this, and not with 4137, because then there are quite some combinations in the position, and that's something he wants to avoid. So he's just first developing those pieces, I think, and maybe go for that. And then when black is coming for 28, then he's going to play 4137. I think that.
So maybe if we play, for example, this 38, 43. So if we just try to keep it simple, play 23, 28.
Yeah, for example, like this.
Yeah, so 41, maybe 611. I just want to make this formation as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
To have some threats.
I think there are some quite big threats. Like this is the point that you have to realize, okay, the surrounding is not going to work, and just
change back.
Probably,
yeah. But okay, it's still not
I mean, you can just
not
bring
that bad for white.
at least bring the piece to 39 and develop the pieces. I think.
Yeah, maybe
there's not
this
so
is
much going on.
maybe this is even what white should be going for eventually.
Yes.
Because well, it's not clear that black has a big advantage there. And white is developing, the pieces on, this construction is not so well.
Doing so much.
Against an attack on 28, it's not doing so much.
Yeah.
So it's nice to develop your pieces in that way. So. But maybe
but you guys are saying for sure we aren't going to see this this move. We don't have to be afraid.
No.
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, black is just using it to make white's life more difficult, but he's not playing for it, so to say. So it's always, we've both won with a lot of combinations in our lives, and they always say, so you just played for this combination. I was like, no, I was just using it to get a good position, and then he fell for it. So that's a big difference, actually.
So like you did against Domchev, you mean?
Well, I was really playing for it. I have to be honest. Because if I would use it to get a good position, the other variants would be good as well, instead of losing.
I've once experienced this against Jan in Abidjan.
Just
Jan was just saying, yeah, I'm trying to improve the position, but there was just one nasty trick I didn't see, and just Jan is always playing for his combination, so he should know and should be careful. But I thought, okay, I'm just going to play a move and try to improve the position, and it just completely lost. He just knocked me on the wing, and couldn't do that much. So he did a good job. He tricked me.
And that trick was quite nasty, honestly.
Yes. But I remember that you have a lot of those tricks also. Last year against Casper Reemeyer, for example. National championship. He also, for sure, wasn't expecting that.
No, it's
people are also asking in the chat. Oh, sorry. People ask.
No, just quickly. I was thinking maybe we can even. Why don't we take to 21? Actually.
And maybe you want to go to 26.
Yeah, if it's possible. Yeah, this is nothing, I think. Yeah, so here it's clear that this is a better for black than the previous case where we took this way.
Yeah, that's because those pieces are a bit in trouble because they are locked by the black piece.
Yeah, so, but on the other hand, maybe, Rule is not worried here. He will just, bring 50 towards the center and then
we need the attack.
Yeah, exactly. But, okay, sorry, Esther, what were you...
Yeah, there was also a question asked by our viewers, whether it's a problem for white, the piece on 50, which is not active. And it's an interesting question because I think, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but we said the piece on 50 can never be a problem for white.
Well,
just never.
I think
there's no position where it can be a problem.
I think we said that in the first game, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so well, it can not never be a problem. That's not true. But yes, of course, it's very clear in this case that white wants to have it on 47, for example, or 42, or somewhere where he wants to get this construction essentially because it's the best he can get. And now that he has to do it like this, it's clear that white has to make some concessions there.
Yeah, there's no possibility to do it like this because of this shot that will happen.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
you cannot bring the piece on 50 to 33.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think also, for example, if you go for like this variation, just something quick, like Jan already wanted to bring 6 into the game, and now if you had this piece like on 37, then you still could make this formation, and when black is here, if you add this piece, then you can always threaten with the combination, and now it's just really bad for white because he cannot make this formation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
That doesn't make it better.
No.
Yeah.
No, but that's a very good point actually. So
yeah,
because of the way the black has played this, white cannot bring 50 into the game essentially, and maybe it even all starts with 1823. And maybe that's also a bit too far.
Well,
too far. But
I was thinking, was 37, 31 a good move? Because if he didn't play this move, then it was much easier for white to bring the piece in the game.
Mm-hmm.
If he, for example, waited here with 50, because you cannot directly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this. I think he must have thought about this, but I'm very concerned about this one, honestly. Or not concerned, but
yeah.
So what's the difference between this and this?
Sorry?
What's the difference now that you haven't played 37, 31?
Well, in general, I would say that against a piece on 28, you always want to keep the possibility to exchange it, or well, not always, but in this case, it's clear that maybe this construction is not too good. On the other hand, if this construction, and white only has one plan essentially, and has to hope that this comes into the game as well. And black is very quick on, well, for example, 26, but also with this formation. So
I mean in this position, what's the difference now if you play it now?
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is that now, white can choose to, play it active, but he can also just choose to play this and this, and there is no problem at all.
Yeah.
I would say. All right, but still
I think even white is better because you will have some pressure on 22 if you just exchange it like that.
Yeah.
So that's why.
So that's the big difference, I would say, between having this move played and not having it played. Is that now, and we saw this in the game we mentioned between Alexander Balyakin and Ben Provoost, that his Alexander's opponent went this, I think, a bit prematurely, and then Alexander could easily exchange it with and winning a lot of temps, and he eventually won the game because of that. So
because he's Balyakin.
Well, essentially, yeah.
There's no other player that is better in creating chances than Alexander Balyakin.
So, yeah, exactly. It's
and in the current position, 30-24 has been played.
Oh, that's very nice. 38. We have not discussed this, no.
That's really interesting.
At some point earlier, but not in this position. No.
Oh, but the first thing that's it comes into my mind is the move that Scan is mentioning as well. Because there are some small threats here. I would say, for example, after this one, Black has this combination. Yeah, this 7-11. Oh, and then
Wow.
this. And then
That's a big shot.
taking this one first, and then taking towards the king.
Wow.
And White cannot play 7-1, even though it's the best move here, because of 50-45. So.
And the king will be captured always. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's this threat, and White has no piece on this diagonal to capture the black king first, essentially. So yeah, this is losing for White. So yeah, after 23-28, the most logical White move is prohibited. So maybe you would have to, yeah, the same goes for this, I think. So now the shot is even bigger. So something like this. Yeah, and Black wins, yeah, a lot of pieces. Or, am I right?
White can capture it still.
There's something like this, yeah. Or maybe you can even capture it like this. Yeah, that's true. Ja, dammetje voor 4. Oh. No, but that... No, but for even after 16-21, I think Black is a piece up, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
so it's nothing. No, it's winning for Black. So White cannot make any moves here. It's a bit of a.
But I would say that White's surrounding chances are increasing, because now also this move, this piece is not there anymore. So yeah, the formation I'm always concerned about is this formation, because then you can just threaten to exchange like that, and White will not be able to continue on the right wing. But now he will never be able to. Black will never be able to control the square on 20. So.
Yeah, and Alexander plays 23-28. So there's of course no chance that Rule will play either 41 or 48 here. Because yeah, it's the most obvious thing that there might be a combination there. But I think it's yeah, what you're saying is true. Maybe that you know, this formation is always, if Black infiltrates you on 28, yeah, this is very, against this construction, it's very dangerous if Black still has this formation. On the other hand, I'm looking at this move that reminds me of your game against Jijov.
I'm really concerned about this move.
Yeah,
you know, this is always the moment that you have to try to bluff your opponent. Like, just go with the flow and surround a bit. And that's also the problem, that yeah, that can go quite wrong for White. So you really should have the guts to continue like this and pretend like nothing is going on, while actually you're hoping just that Black is not crushing you.
This is actually also what Chichov taught in his masterclass, all about these high pieces in the center, high infiltration in the opponent's standing position.
Yeah, usually what I'm thinking, like, okay, Black is also taking a risk to go to 32, even while it might be strong, but if it's like equal but exciting, then I would always go for this variation with Black or White. It doesn't matter, just to have an exciting position, because your opponent might think like, okay, is this the right continuation? Is this okay? He might also worry about it. Like, yeah. I don't think that Chichov is thinking that well when he's playing that, but I think most of the players are thinking like that, so that's why I always would go for variations like this.
Yes, and of course against, for example, against against you, Martijn, against Schwartzman, against Chichov also. Yes, they don't show you that they are nervous, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's the thing, that the most top players right now. Well, for example, it's against if you're playing against just to say some name, against Getmansky, you can very clearly see when he's nervous. But also against Martijn or against Schwartzman, they don't show you anything. They might be, you might think, oh, I'm having a good position. What is he doing? And then he will just, with a straight face make his moves. And yeah, you get no information from that. If someone's just with a straight face,
But it's quite hard, I must say, to keep a straight face when you play.
Yeah. At some point, you get tempted to just burst out laughing. What the hell am I doing now? But
I think that's more
yeah.
common when we are at Papendal trainings.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
we play such plans, we are looking at each other and we think like, okay, what the hell are you doing? But that's totally okay for training.
Yeah. And of course, training is the place to practice such things.
Exactly.
And new positions and ideas. So, but for example, you play 24. For example, if I keep it very easy, just play like this, and well, maybe 48, 22, 27, and now, yeah, I want to make use of the fact that this piece is never in danger because, well, now because of 10-15, but in the future because I always have this 1 for 2 backwards to 20 to 32.
Yeah, exactly. And also a big problem is that this piece is hanging. So if black, for example,
yes, exactly,
is over here, then he can always threaten to with the combinations like to 46, and that's quite annoying for white. So
yeah, definitely. And how's the clock situation, by the way? I haven't looked at it at all.
Yes, now they're using their time this day.
Oh, Schwartzman is actually behind or below half an hour already.
Yeah.
I have a question for you because you played recently in Polish Open with a different time schedule. The 90 minutes for 45 moves, and after that you get 30 minutes plus 30 seconds. And what do you actually prefer? Do you prefer that time schedule or just the 80 minutes plus 1 minute per move?
Well, I would say I prefer the schedule that we played in Poland, because I myself tend to think a lot, but it has kind of improved over the last year or the last few years, and in this scheme that we played in Poland, it's much more easy to pull your opponent with you,
exactly.
and using a lot more time, and of course, especially there was this game I played there against Einar Shaibakov, and there it was very clear that we both played an opening we didn't know much about, and it was very I start laughing. Yeah, it was very clear, and yeah, we wanted to have a nice game, both of us, and there, eventually we both used a lot of time, and we both absolutely didn't really know what to do in this game, but eventually I got out out of the opening essentially, after 25 moves or something, with a better position, and then it's a lot. If your opponent also has used a lot of time, it's much easier to win the game essentially. If you're
Yeah.
a lot more mistakes will happen, and it just brings this extra element that you have to reach a certain amount of moves before running out of time.
Yes.
And also, I think it's very nice that after you've reached this amount of moves, so it's 45 in this case, that you just get half an hour to relax a bit, stretch your legs, get something to drink.
Is that also the moment that you just start walking for like 5 minutes, just looking at the other boards?
Yeah, well, it's what I like to do. Yeah, so you get out of this hectic time control phase, and then you have the time to kind of relax for a little, and then continue the game.
Sure.
And in this system, if you're the thing is that if you're low on time, you're always low on time, and there's no time to kind of relax a little in between the two phases, so to say. There's just one phase, and it's you have to you have to deal with that. Yeah. So I would say I prefer the Polish schedule, but for me personally, there are also some downsides to it. For example, if you play this against Rule, for example, you can imagine that Rule on move 40 is still half an hour left while you're there with 5 minutes, and if you're already positionally a bit in a bit of trouble, then you're in for a rough 5 minutes, because he will just start thinking for 20 minutes and calculate his way to the victory, or to the most
I think the nicest thing to do is actually when you have half an hour and your opponent only 1 minute, just to take 5 minutes to enjoy the time advantage, and
just your opponent cannot just make use of the fact that your opponent has to sit there and wait for you to make the move.
Yeah.
And
there might also be a chance that your opponent just wants to go to the toilet.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't go. I think it's a really good tactic to do that on move 44, when there's almost like the new time, but you're just waiting for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Brutal, you guys are. Yeah.
Brutal.
Well,
we are not like that in real life.
No. You are joining us already for quite some time. Yes. Thanks for that. I think we should take a short break at the moment, and then be back when the fire comes in, because this game is already all the time exciting, actually. So we didn't have time to have our lunch break yet, so maybe we can do it now. And we see Martijn. When do we see you back?
I think on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yes. So actually, the next game already. Yeah, because tomorrow there will be a rest day, and then on Sunday we can see you the entire day.
Yeah.
All right. See you
then. Thanks a lot for joining us, and see you back. See you.
Yeah, see you, Martijn.
Okay, and we will be back soon as well. Just a short break. Okay, we are back, and we are back together with. Oh, now it says Martijn van IJzendoorn. That's not completely right because we are here with Arjan.
A bit of an exaggeration of his drops.
Arjan from the Sportcluster Veenendaal.
Yes.
Welcome, Arjan.
Thank you.
I will try to change your name. Maybe meanwhile, Jan can tell us a bit more about the current position because it's getting more and more exciting.
Yes, definitely. We stopped at the moment where Schwartzman had just played 23-28. And we saw some nice tactical ideas after 41-37 and 48-42. So just to remind the viewers that this wasn't possible because of this huge combination, taking 4 and then taking 4 again towards the king, and then locking the white king in and capturing it afterwards. So so there were some nice tactics here prepared by Alexander Schwartzman, which is why Roel decided to play 34-30. And now Schwartzman, he can make a couple of moves. For example, 18-22 is in the cards, just to proceed an attack on the white, on the weakened white wing, while the white attack is actually not going anywhere very soon. For example, if white plays this now, there's an immediate problem because he cannot attack this piece again because of a small combination towards the king. So here, this is actually already very bad for white because black is threatening to win in one move. There's not much that white can do. There were some nice possibilities for Schwartzman, but he decided to, more or less play it more safely,
You say more safely, but I was discussing this position with Arjan during the break, and he said, this piece is in troubles here because it's all lonely over there. It's so far ahead of the other pieces.
No, that's not
Why?
what I said.
No,
it's
what
not.
you said.
It's not what I said. I didn't say he was lonely. I thought he was in danger. But as I said, no.
I said
Can you
no,
explain it, Jan?
because
No,
for
I
example,
understand.
At this moment.
I completely understand what I think what Arjan means is that this piece I say it's more safe because essentially this piece is not in danger. But of course, putting a piece on the it's the 7th row for black, the 7th row of the board, which can still be attacked. That's of course something you need to calculate when you go for something like that. But yes, it's very quickly seen that this piece cannot be attacked, or at least not directly, because for example, white does want to play this to attack it, but then there's a small combination to 48. So black takes 3 towards the king. And that's the reason that white cannot attack it immediately. You can also not prepare it in any way, without playing the move that he played, because there's also an immediate black threat by playing 32-38 and 30-19, and then the king goes to 46. So essentially on this side of the board, it's essentially black to move instead of white, because white has to waste the move, to get all these threats out of the way. And now it's black's turn to immediately, so what he played in the game is actually not the move that I suggested myself, but that doesn't mean anything, honestly.
The move for white or for black?
No, for black, I suggested to play like this. Because then it's very clear that it's very safe for black. And with these two pieces, he locks white out of the center, for good, so to say. And white can, white can only probably try to exchange. If we just play some variants, for example, this 22, 27. White can. So, for example, Martijn mentioned this move. So, let's say we play this, and white can only go for this, and then exchange this one forward, and then exchange this one backward, and hope that the damage is not too, is not too overwhelming. And I think it isn't. So that's why Schwarzman decided to go for this line, which makes a lot of sense, honestly, because he's now making use of the fact that this construction for white with 20 and 29, that he can attack this at some point. So of course he doesn't want to do it immediately, because then white closes this gap, and will have a big advantage, because now there's a breakthrough coming on this wing. You can see that black has only two pieces, and with 1721 he makes use of the fact that that white can now not attack this piece from behind, because now black does play 10-15 and will take 3, because white. So here it's clear that this piece on 32 is absolutely in no danger, there's also let's see, white can maybe also play 31-26. To try and attack it afterwards. So, for example, if black plays 2-7, then 39-33, and there's still some plans for white to attack this piece, but black has an immediate response with 32-37 and 10-15. And now white temporarily is one piece behind, but he can win it back by playing 43-39, and black probably does best to give it back, it's very clear that that black in this position has a huge advantage, because these pieces are there for nothing. The black structure is ideal, and white has this piece still this piece on 36, which we consider to be not ice but bite. So it's again this difference between the white piece on 36 and black not having a piece on 15, that makes the advantage for black very big. It's already, it's a position with equal pieces. Both players can freely make some moves, but the computer thinks it's already minus half a piece for white. So that indicates that the advantage here is quite big already. So that is why why 1721 was played, and why it's such a good move, because white now has to, because he cannot play these two moves, he has to think about how he wants to deal with this threat, because black just wants to, because of this piece on 32, black just wants to attack this piece, and then white has to think about a way to
not lose a piece.
To not lose any material there. So, for example, if we play the stupidest move on the board, 39-33, then you can see that immediately.
But he played already 31-26.
He played this one.
Yeah, first 20.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah. So, so now the idea is what's called a sticky move. So the idea is after 21-26, white plays 29-23. Black has to take the majority of the pieces, so not one, but two to the king, and then white himself takes two towards the king. This is an end game. It's always the case with these end games with still a lot of pieces on the board. It's not so clear who has the advantage and why. But in this case, I think you could say that the white king has a lot more freedom or something. I would say. So yeah, it's not so easy for black. He can put this piece on 37, but this construction is essentially some sort of black is actually quite locked there. And in the same way he can bring his king to 37. White will probably attack it at some point. And then he has to go back. And then white has made progress, and black has not made progress. So yes, it's interesting. Black can of course immediately capture this king, and he has to take to 23. Otherwise there are immediate combinations. And now, white just immediately imposes the threat of capturing the king with this little idea. And if black goes back to 46, probably doesn't matter because white immediately captures it afterwards. So black does best to play 10-14, but I mean after white does this, it's clear that the white pieces will attack the black wing very fast. So this is not good for black in any way. So that's why he played 13-19, I believe.
Yes.
Now
John, can I ask you something?
Sure.
In other words, I said the piece on 32. I thought he was very alone and threatened, but it's very important for Schwartzman to have a piece on 32. You can conclude in this stadium, isn't it?
Yes. It's well, it kind of it's a bit of a risk to go for something like this, but if it works, it kind of splits the white position in two as well, and it kind of it kind of blocks the white pieces as well. So if it stays here, and the best thing that white can do is exchange it, then it has done its job properly, I would say. I think that is what we're maybe seeing now. White couldn't play this on the previous move because of 1923. Computer says it's equal, but don't exactly know why. No, it's not equal. It's not good for white. But this it doesn't look good for white at all. So now black is again making use of a trick, so that he doesn't lose this piece. And now we see that Rule has decided to, because there's no that's the point here. There's no good move to keep this sticky move in the game, so to say. So he wants to improve his own position, of course, by playing 30-24 or something and having this threat. But now after 21-26, this is gone, because black can take two in this way. So that's the important thing, and Rule realizes that he has no good moves here to keep this tension, and decides to play 31-26.
What do you think Schwartzman has to do now? This is the real situation, isn't it?
This is what we have on the board right now.
Yeah.
And I would say just 8-13, probably. And because the thing is that the black attack, it will come quite naturally. He will play 16-21, maybe at some point 22-27 or 22-28. And the threat of losing this piece is at this moment is gone. Because for example, there are some tactics that black uses. For example, after this move, white wants to attack this piece on 37 and win it, but here there's a small combination by So So because of the positional advantage that black has, I heard the famous chess player Magnus Carlsen once say that if you're ahead positionally or if you're better, it shouldn't be a surprise that the tactics work in your favor. So yeah, that's very clearly what we can see here. So black has a nice position. He has this outpost on 32, which cannot be attacked because of this nice tactic. And it's not so clear what white can achieve. Maybe something like this, and maybe make some moves on this wing.
He moved 7 to 7-11.
Sorry?
Yeah, some moves have been played.
Alexander.
Yeah.
He played 1923.
Whoa.
Okay, so that's possible as well, I would say. And I'll rule immediately played the kind of forced move, 39-33. This is of course, still possible. Kind of surprised, honestly, because I thought this configuration. Schwarzman clearly wants to develop it in this way, but it would have been. I think I would have liked it more to keep this tension with 8-13, to let white waste some moves on exchanging pieces here, while your own attack on this other wing is coming very quickly. But okay, he's the world champion. What can I say?
What do you think? Is he playing for a win?
Well, I think Schwarzman is absolutely playing for a win here, but maybe this move is kind of signaling that he's trying to play for a win, but not too much, So he's trying to, exactly. So he's trying to kind of keep the position, a bit easier for him, but he doesn't want to risk too much. So I think that's maybe what 8-13 does have, is that white can lock black here, and this seems like we have mentioned the fork block earlier. It seems like black is stuck with these 6 pieces against the 5 white pieces. But yes, on the other hand, so it could turn out to be very good for black, and it could turn out to be not so great for black. And in this case, I think black has not too much to worry about. But maybe he just wants to keep it simple, develop this piece on 19 first, and the piece on 10 predominantly, and then continue his attack on the other wing, which is it's very logical, I would say. But
I see
it's not.
We have a small technical problem, so I will switch just very shortly to a break, and then we will be back very soon, just to see if I can make it better. Okay, I hope it's better now. So people in the chat, maybe they can tell us if the sound is better at the moment. Jan, you were telling us about this this position, and another move has been played, 22-27.
Yeah, we saw Alexander play the move 22-27, while shortly looking back at the room to see what he thought of 22-27, probably. Yeah, it's yes, of course, as I mentioned, yeah, the white, yeah, it's clear that Beck is the one who is leading here, and it's not so clear what White's plan is going to be for the next few moves. Maybe as we mentioned yesterday, just accept the fact that Black won the opening battle and try to make the draw as quickly as possible, as Schwarzman has done in the previous games. Yeah, I would say this is kind of reminds me a bit of the position that Roel won against Schwarzman in the previous match. So there's also this kind of attacking position with piece on 50. This is slight pressure, and I would say that yeah, maybe that Roel knows to think carefully here. Well, I'm sure he has already time ago noticed that well, he cannot really play for any surrounding chances here, and that he will have to well to find well just the best move to not get into trouble. But I think he's very capable of that. But another thing I in the break, in the short break, we just had the technical break. I in the meantime, I completely forgot to look at the time, but in the break, I remembered to look at the time, and it struck me that Schwarzman has only 7 minutes left.
Yeah, that's a good thing to state. Yeah.
After move 34, it's something people wouldn't look up weirdly if it was the case in my game, but for Alexander Schwarzman, he's not so used to this, I think. But yes, maybe it also shows that he wants to kind of get out of this or get as much out of this as possible. That he, it's something that I do if I want to, get something out of a position. I just spend a lot of time on it until the point that I'm happy with what I saw and I'm happy with the move I'm going to play. So Roel is someone who is.
It looks like he was telling the truth in the interview about his strategy, and he's just really waiting for the right moment to play. And it looks like this is.
Yeah. So well, of course, yeah, we shouldn't worry too much here about Roel's position. It's slightly worse, but it's yeah, I mean it's not dramatic or anything. Just to show that, for example, if White now wants to attack this piece once more, yeah, it's not so clear to me what Black has planned, because, for example, if Black plays. Okay, so the thing is, White wants to attack this this piece, and then Black has to play 14-19 and 18-23 to defend it. And then the thing White wants to play is, for example, this 18-23, and then exchange backwards by this, and then on the next move exchange the piece on 32. And Black will play 17-22 probably, and then White can exchange the piece on 27 again, and it's clear that the most of White's troubles are it has been worse, so to say. So Yeah, this is what white wants to do, I think.
Can I ask you
And-
what can happen if he plays 41, 37? That's what
Here, you mean?
yeah, and then the pain is over. Now, in this situation now, you can play 41, 37.
Yes, this.
I mean, this piece is the problem for white, so why,
Yeah.
for why not
Then
change that?
then it's over, isn't it?
Well, it's a good point, but I think you would rather want to exchange it in a way that keeps your your pieces slightly more, your position slightly more balanced. So here it's clear that
It looks
black
to
has
be safety to do so, but
yes, of course. It's clear that the piece on 32 is gone, and if black plays it again, then you can exchange it again at some point. But the attack on 27 is still there, and it's in this case black that controls the center, because white cannot play 33-28. And yes, this construction on this wing, it's clear that this can never become anything strong. White has to just wait some moves, and black will easily develop piece on 6, develop a piece on 16. And yeah, it's not so clear what white has what white can do to stop the black attack on this wing.
Yeah, and also talking about balance, there are two pieces on the left.
Yeah,
and
yes, of
all
course.
other white pieces are on the right. While black has a lot of pieces on this side of the board as well.
yeah.
So if black starts an attack there, then it can become dangerous for white.
Yeah, so maybe for the less experienced viewers, it's good to say that this it looks like this piece on 15 is close to to the king line, and it looks like this is a good piece for white, but essentially against this construction, this is all just in Dutch we say brandhout. So it doesn't do much on this side of the board.
No.
So what happened is, I think after this move, what I mentioned is that after, for example, 6-11, white attacks, and then you get this forcing variation, in which white has a bit of problems, but should be able to calculate the draw. And on the other hand, so if black plays 14-19 to be ahead of this plan, so now there's a big difference, because black can play 16-21, and white cannot exchange backwards to prepare this, because black will win a piece by 32-37. And eventually white will have to exchange backwards in the way you mentioned again. And then it's clear that black is already almost on its path to a breakthrough. But after 14-19, yes, white can play the very smart move 35-30, and now it's clear to see that white threatens with this, and if black tries to play 16-21, then there's an immediate trick.
We see some moves happening pretty
yes,
fast.
okay, but I just wanted
Trigger
to
trick.
I just wanted to show this.
Yeah, this is a nice
and
what's happening?
So
yes.
it's quite relevant as well, I would say, after 48-42. So I think this was
what did he do? Because
maybe the best move, but he played 39-34, and then black played 16-21. So now there's never again the possibility to attack this piece, because black has now built this formation, as we mentioned, and now is threatening or has this formation he can use to defend his piece. So white immediately says, okay, you have defended your piece. I have no choice but to change it. And now this is the position that we have on the board. And And yes, it's clear to see that white, well, yeah, white is a bit behind. Black controls these central squares after, a few logical moves. And this attack, yeah, white cannot really put too much against it because he's missing, well, he's missing the essential formation. So he's missing this one, and he's missing this one to exchange the piece on 27. So yeah, essentially, if you're missing this this formation and you want to exchange the piece on 27, you should do it in this way. And yes, it goes backwards. So it's a thing it's a thing you never want to do, and it makes your position even more passive. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how Rule is going to solve this. But yes, it's clearly Schwartzman that has the upper hand here.
Yes, and do you think Roel is already in a bit of trouble for maybe, yeah?
Well,
if
not
he's feeling he's in trouble, or do you think he's still relaxed and just thinks, okay, I'm able to make a draw out of it?
Yeah, no, I don't think he thinks he's in trouble. But he just thinks, okay, I have to make a draw, and I'm sure he understands that, and he understood that a few moves before already. And yeah, so now it's up to Schwartzman how much pressure he can he can put on Rule with the 5 minutes that he has left.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a bit of I'm not sure where all his time went. Maybe we can check that afterwards, but yeah, it's interesting to see how much Schwartzman can
And we can
well,
also see on the
make
screen
happen
that
here.
he was already with his hands above the piece, I think twice or maybe even 3 times. Didn't play
So
it
he
yet.
played 21-26. Yeah, that is okay. So not really sure why you would play this move, but
Why not? It looks like a logical move to just maybe to have this for.
yes, that's true. But I mean, after, for example, if I now play 41-37, you're the most logical move to like fill up your center is prohibited by a small combination. So so by this for example 33-28, and white wins a piece. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see 21-26 because yeah, now white easily gets 34-29, and the difference also is that if now white chooses to exchange backwards, then the piece on 21 was ideal because you can immediately place it on 27 again and say to white, what have you done? You have exchanged my piece backwards, and I'm there again. So yeah, the piece on 26, or now that it has moved to 26, it makes this exchange yeah, a bit different because for example, well, if I do it now, yes, if black could have played 21-27 now, he would have been in great shape, but okay, I mean, black is still leading, I would say, and maybe he just wants white to think that this is a good move and then exchanges towards the center. I don't know, but yes, I would have probably found it more logical to to play 14-19 and kind of just casually fill up the holes in your position, and then try to see if 21-26 afterwards would be a good move. Because now it's fine on 21, I would say. There's no problem.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering why.
But that's interesting to see.
Maybe he doesn't want to develop those pieces. Is that an option? Is there any benefit pieces there?
I'm
I'm just guessing. Sorry.
I'm inclined to say no, but
Okay.
no, of course, if you have this square against the piece on 15, yes, it's. I mean, you could say that yeah, that this is a formation, and that he wants maybe to keep this formation in check for example, if you play these two moves. I'm just going to mention something quick. So he played 21, 26. So rule, I think rule even played 34, 29. Yes, and now, well, for example, this formation, let's say this, 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 and 33, 28. So something. So now black can easily use these two pieces to win the game like this. And now, yeah, that's actually the only use I can think of to
Yeah. But as I see,
to keep it
the
there.
move that he has played right now, it wasn't his intention to keep the pieces up there, because he
No, no,
played.
he clearly wanted to play 14, 19 anyways. But yeah, it's a bit strange why he wouldn't do it immediately. It must be some tactics maybe that he was worried about, maybe something like this. But yeah, I don't really understand.
No.
But that's
Okay.
that's fine. Maybe it's something something I don't understand. But no, there still could be a lot of arguments behind it. So now he played 14, 19. Yeah, so of course, yeah, white can at some point exchange this piece, but now it's yeah, he needs to think about if he wants to do it, because you know he can get driven even more backwards. And yeah, on the other hand, he can exchange this, but then you know he will have to spend a lot of moves before this piece on 27 can be exchanged again. So yeah, it's unclear for white where he should go here. I would say rule at some point would go for 38, 32 anyways, because it looks the most safe. But maybe now is the moment for Schwartzman to play 1923 himself. Or nah, no, because you know white just plays 35-30 and threatens with winning this piece. And if black tries to go towards the center, then white just plays 37-32, and yes, all white's problems are gone.
What was your first thought about 1923? Why?
Well, because it kind of for example, even here, yes, now there is this concrete problem, but let's say that 6 is already on 11 and there's no, so white plays this stupid move 44-40, and now it's yeah, it's clear to see that you know white has been driven away from 29, and now black has this square under his control, and is not going to give it away anytime soon. And this has the benefit that this exchange is no longer in the position.
Yeah, so now you have
now
an attacking piece and a center piece. So.
yes, exactly. So now it's clear that yeah, that black is in full control over the center. But yeah, there's this problem of this threat, and after this move, then why black is not in time to be on 16. So it's just a concrete problem. You see that Schwartzman decided to play 10-14, and stands up from his chair,
Yeah.
and just looks at the board from a distance.
Yeah,
While
from now
rule
on, we'll
is
see his moves will come fast because he has only 5 minutes left.
yes, exactly.
Rule
That's
time.
actually funny to say that rule said, I believe rule once said that that's one of the most frustrating things of playing against me. Because at some point, you know, I get below 1 minute, and then every 1 minute I make a move because it's just the rules, I cannot wait any longer. But rules said, sometimes you just want to have like a few minutes that your opponent is thinking, and that you can stretch your legs, maybe go for a little walk. And when you're playing against Jan and he gets below 1 minute, you absolutely have no time for that. So so he is stuck at the board, but you're kind of stuck at the board yourself too.
Yeah.
If you don't want to waste any time.
Yeah, because you can go to the toilet if you want to and just leave your
Yes,
time.
for sure,
Have enough
for sure.
time, but not many people do that
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
they want to keep their time.
As you know, I have very less experience, but can you conclude that Rule has one piece less than Alexander because of the piece on number 50?
50, yeah.
He cannot
Well,
do anything with it. So I think the whole the time, yes, it's 9 against 10. Or what's it?
yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good point actually. It's
9 or 8.
well, the piece on 15 can be well, it can be handy, but only
This
when
moment, no. Yeah?
no, but only when needed, as you're saying, when white controls the center at the same time. So for example, there's if you have this construction, these two pieces against the piece on 15, if white controls the square on 30 and the square on 28, it's almost always already winning for white because the black has nowhere to go. If white really firmly controls the center, then this is just this construction can go nowhere. So then it's more of a like a positive a positive for white that this piece is there, because it kind of blocks the whole black position on his left wing. But in this case, black controls the center, and it's black who has the attack here. And yes, in that case, you can still say that it's actually 15 against 4. These two kind of keep each other in check, because without the piece on 4, 15 would be a lot stronger, because at any point, you have these sacrifices and you're just going towards the king line. But now that the piece is on 4, this is never a move because black just takes it. So you can still say that these kind of keep each other in balance, but on the other hand, it's clear that that white, it's a weak piece for white, and it can be used by black. And I think that's what Schwartzman will try to do here, is show that this piece and this configuration, that it's on the edge of the board, which is known to be not so good. And he will try to show that these are just weak pieces against his central structure.
Yeah, it's called a high active edge piece in Dutch.
Yeah,
but the question is always, is it active or not?
No, that was my question.
They call it Harry. Because in Dutch it's hoge actieve randschijf. And it abbreviates to Har.
Oh.
And therefore they call 15, they call Harry.
But the question is always, is it active or not? Because in the early years, I think they thought this piece is just an edge piece, just as you said.
Yeah.
So it's just a weak piece. But then later on, they thought, no, it can be active, it can be useful in systems like Jan told, when you have the center as well.
Yes.
And then they came to the conclusion, okay, it depends on the position. So it can be active, but it can also be just a passive piece. And this is always the battle when you have systems with this piece.
Yes, precisely.
Or not. So it was quite a good question, Ryan. Good we have
for a long time.
No, but yes, this is always a very, very nice battle in these positions, because you can out of the opening, there are a lot of ways in which you can get a position with a piece on 15 or 36 for black out of the opening. And it's nice that it's so double-edged in a way. So you know,
We talked,
yeah.
as we talked, there's still 4 minutes left. Do you see?
Oh yes, I see. No, but in this case, it's for sure it's black who has profit from the piece on 15, and maybe in the end, it turns out to be equal because there's just a draw end game. But that's also where the piece on 15 can come in handy for either color, because you have these two extra pieces that are, kind of, it's the same with for example, if you pieces on 45 and 50. All the end games become slightly different if these two pieces are there. And an end game that would normally be a draw because you have only 4 pieces and can make no progress, can suddenly be winning because you have an extra piece and extra ideas because of this piece on 15. So that's very nice. Very nice to see. And yeah, indeed, we see some moves. So
and if we look at the score bar, it's indicating already half a piece now.
Yeah, that's actually quite how do you say it? Scary evaluation for the Dutch
Do you
squad.
think Roel is aware of this? Because you just said when Martijn was here that Roel always knows in each position without looking at the engines what the score of the engine will be. Do you think he's playing here with the feeling, okay, Scan is saying I'm half a piece behind now?
Well, I'm sure he has looked at positions closely related to this one with Scan before, and I'm sure he knows that Scan will have a big preference for the black color in this position. Everybody would of course have a big preference for the black color, but in this case it is the structure of black is just not damaged enough, and white just has to defend carefully, and Scan will give, or the computer, the engine will give here, he gives minus 0.4, so he is already calculating a lot of lines, calculating maybe 20 moves ahead, 23 as I can see in our browser. But he for a person, I think you would evaluate this to more or less, okay, I have to play some accurate moves, and if I do that, I cannot be in too much trouble. But on the other hand, the computer is always the strongest in maybe finding, well, if it gives half a piece, it's quite a lot in a position that has equal pieces, and where one of the two players has a slight advantage.
On the other hand, probably you will also know the evaluation by King's Row, and without looking at King's Row, I guess.
I can say. Can safely say that King's Row will give the evaluation 3. Yes. or minus 3.
Yeah, and that means completely equal.
Yeah. So King's Row, it's funny. These King's Row evaluations are quite funny because when it's a draw, when it's a theoretical draw, it will give 3 or minus 3, and then when it's a perpetual, it will give 5, I believe. Or just perpetual. Yes. In chess, it's much more common, perpetual, but in jaws you have also these perpetuals. For example, if you have 2 pieces behind each other and 1 king, and white just attacks 1 piece, you can block it with your king. Then white attacks the other piece, you block it again with your king. White just attacks the other piece again, and in that way you can easily get perpetuals. And then it will give 5. and then when someone is winning, it will give 2568 or something. And you're thinking, oh, where's this coming from? It's quite funny to see.
But you don't know where it's coming from. Me neither.
Oh, it will just grow until at some point it says, if you're having a position which is quite unclear because because the program is not yet in its database.
Okay.
Then it will give somewhere around maybe 100 or maybe 300, and you should know what this means. So how good this is at that point. But at some point it will just give either -3 or either 2500 or 2700, and then you know for sure because it's it's a computer program that has databases, so it just knows the evaluation immediately.
Okay,
So we're
saw
seeing,
some
we're now seeing, so indeed, this is actually what I tried to mention before. So this move 1923 was not so successful here because there was this fourth line in which Black's attack was driven away from 27. But now we see that Schwartzman has actually gotten a slightly better version of this line, and now he played 6-11, which is the move that which is the move that was missing in the previous line essentially, and now after this and 1823, for example. It's clear to see that this move is now not possible anymore for White because of it's possible, but White has no benefit from playing it because Black can exchange forward. So in this case, it's not so clear to me why or what. Do we have some? This is the position, right?
Yeah. And Schwartzman's thinking, he's taking his time, and
I'm also
more than 3 minutes left.
Also not so clear to me why the computer gives 11-16 as the best move. Oh, I see. Yeah, so he is going to play 1822. So he played 1822, but I just want to quickly show why 11-16 is the move that the computer recommends, and it is because, here this move would be Yes, I was wondering why didn't the computer see this? But I was thinking, am I blind or something? But no, he saw it eventually. So there's this trick, giving 5 pieces, and then taking 4 towards essentially towards the king. So that is why computer recommends this move, because the most logical White move is prohibited, and the next thing that Black is going to do is bring this piece to 21. So, or at least I would think so. So, for example, if we would play 39-34, 8-12, maybe something like 34-29, 12-17. So here, it's clear that these White pieces are stuck on the edge of the board, and White at some point, White has to time this very carefully, because ideally you would want to play 38-32 after Black has played 17-21. Is of course the ideal case, because then oh no, it's not the ideal case. Well, I thought it was the ideal case, and in a sense it is sometimes, because at this point these pieces are out of the game, while if you exchange it backwards immediately, this piece can still get towards the center and help black in the attack. But yeah, this apparently this is not good, because black just calmly waits some moves until the white formation is breaks up, and then brings again this piece to 27. But okay, just to show that 11-16 is the move that the computer recommends, apparently.
Yeah, and a nice idea. Yeah.
And a nice idea just to to break through on this wing, essentially. But Schwartzman chose to play 1822, which is, well, it's, I would say, after 1823, in my opinion, the second most logical move. Well, because he just wants to bring this piece into the attack as well, build this formation together with the piece on 26. It keeps kind of keeps these 5 white pieces in its place, so to say. Because white can never, for example, if we play some moves, white can never play this because of the breakthrough. White can never play this because of this breakthrough, and once this piece on 33 is in any way removed, black has this 1-4 X combination, depending on the position. But you can see that here, black is the one who's in charge. And it's nice also that black has this piece on 11 now, because white can never really drive black away from the central squares, because black will just will just catch it and immediately afterwards play 13-18 and break through on this wing. And I think this is the big difference between we have mentioned Eisenbeit a couple of times in the name of Anatoly Gantvar. We've mentioned a couple of times. But I think this is the most clear example of this we've seen so far. So the difference, essentially the difference between the black and the white structure, is the fact that the black piece on 4, or at least this construction here, yes, it's essentially as if moving the white piece on 36 to 47 and playing 48-42. And if that was the case, it would be approximately equal. But now, there's this piece of contact for black, which makes it very difficult for white to do anything, to have any sort of movement. Because once this piece goes, 13-18 follows, and just kind of
already happened. And if you now
just
look
kind
at
of collapses for white.
The score bar, it looks like Roel is getting
wait,
into
this
some
is
real problem. Yes, this
has happened?
Yeah.
Oh, that is not good.
Yeah, so
Okay,
this is
so
the computer indicates one piece.
yeah,
of edge for, black.
so yeah, this is really so the point is that white has now played it in such a way that he always has this formation, this formation, excuse me, and this is kind of a sort of how do you say it, wapenstilstand, no, it's either one of the two players at some point has to move something, so black wants to wait until white has to do something, and white wants to wait until black has to play this at some point, because black doesn't want to play this at all at this moment, because he wants to wait until this gets gets more spicy, so to say. So but it's in this case, I think black is the one who has the most waiting moves. So he plays 2-8, I think. Right?
Yeah, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, I played 2-8, and we can see that even though the position is equal in pieces, the computer indicates -1.1. So that's actually actually very scary for rule. And I think it has to do with the fact that well, for example,
now it switches back a little bit. So maybe to half a piece.
okay, yeah, so it's calculating more deeply now, I would say. And I'm sure if we put this into the other program we mentioned, King's Row, it would still give well, not such a high score, but in a sense, the problem is that Black has the most waiting moves here. So after 13-19, yeah, it's it's not so clear for White, yeah, which moves he has to make. And furthermore,
yeah,
there's a
you don't want to
big
play any of these pieces. So then
no,
yeah.
exactly. It's still this status quo, so to say, of these 4 against these 5. And in the meantime, White cannot make any progress anywhere else, while Black just can safely bring 2 to yeah, to 13 and eventually to 19 even in this case. But here it's
Who's 38, 2?
yeah, so Rule decided to exchange back immediately.
Yeah.
And yes, now it's yeah, Black can safely play for a win here. I'm just a bit concerned about Alexander's time, but he has managed actually pretty well
Minutes
to.
left.
He has actually managed pretty well to keep some time for himself.
Yeah,
across
so
the last.
that he gets 1 minute increment each move he makes. So he's not in very big troubles because of
Yes,
the
and I think at this point he. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he just has to keep moving, and if he
Yeah, and I
does
think at this point he wants to prioritize, you know, just keeping a few minutes on the clock for the moment that he really has to calculate critical lines, which is something that Rule is very known for and very good at. You know, he just always has time on the clock to calculate something unexpected, and also here he has 12 minutes left in this very difficult position, and he, you know, chooses to follow his intuition, so to say, anyways, which is of course the best thing you can do.
but it's very difficult to do so.
But that's
So
yes, of course,
if
of
you
course.
have a bad position, you just want to see variants where you just see lines where you see the draw for yourself.
Yes, of course, and it's absolutely not easy to keep playing fast in a bad position.
Yeah.
But you have to somehow trust yourself that it, you know, you will need to time it at a moment that is more critical, and you will just have to keep on playing and make sure you don't lose immediately. Just keep on doing your Z controller, as we say, and in the meantime, yeah, wait for the critical moment to spend your minutes on. And I think that is what Rule does very well. And it's now up to Schwartzman to see if he will think here or maybe think at a later moment. Can see that now he's already spent 2 minutes of his 5.
Yeah.
While 8-13 seems to me like by far the most logical move.
Yes, it looks logical to just make formations over there and
yes, because also
and then see what happens.
Also, normally when White exchanges back and you have this piece on 22, the first thing you look at is 22-28, of course, because, you know, White has kind of made a hole in his center by exchanging backwards, and the first thing you would want to do is, you know, immediately dive into that. So yeah, in this case, 22-28 would have been a logical move were it not for the fact that White immediately wins the game. So yeah, so the problem here is that White makes use of this sticky move again, to attack this piece on 28, and yeah, of course it's now after this Black can also, furthermore, not even try to win this piece back because white has another majority combination. So yeah, in this case, it is not a good idea to play 22-28, even though it is generally the first thing you look at in such a position. But yeah, Black eventually with 2:35 on his clock, now 3:35, decided to play a13. Now I think we will see Rule in a bit of a think, deciding, whether he wants to keep this formation or whether he wants to break it immediately, or maybe play more actively with 37-32, which is not a good idea. I think I'm afraid the computer evaluation will jump, will like bungee jump if I play this move. Yeah. Yeah, that's not so good. 11-16. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, no.
I actually, because you will break through at some point.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think after, for example, this move, let's see, for 42-37. Yeah, so this is the idea for Black, and now his position is, well, ideal, so to say. So he has these, all these pieces that are working together very nicely. White is prohibited to make any moves with the piece on 48. After 30-24, think maybe even this is good for Black. But for sure, just changing immediately. Yeah, and Black is just breaking through, and the opposition is also, very much in Black's favor, because in a variant like this, no, it's clear to see that the six-fold opposition is in Black's favor, and White has to make a move but doesn't want to make a move, essentially. So yeah, this is very, very bad for White. So yeah, the computer indicates that 29-24 is the move, but then the same will happen. Black will just immediately run through White's center, and yes, I think this is very close to winning for Black already, honestly.
Yeah, but these are very instructive lines. And probably
Yeah, so yeah, so
complicating as well, and they see, okay, these are the problems for White.
Yeah, so it's very difficult for White because of this piece on 36, and this formation that he doesn't want to break, to find good moves, to find moves that accomplish something, and you don't want to just make some moves here and let Black easily get into the attack himself, for example, by this sequence. So yeah, I think the best thing to do here is just to play maybe 42 or 30-24. Yeah, so, and just try to wait some moves and let Black see if Black allows you to make some exchanges, and eventually White will have to break through here. That is the ultimate goal, and then hope for a draw endgame, I would say. But yeah, this move 30-24 is actually quite nice, because on the one hand, Black would like to immediately go into the attack himself, by playing 22-27, because after this, for example, yes, this is still a bit of a mess for White, because he cannot play this because of 13-19. After this, Black plays 13-19 himself, and let me calculate real quick. Well, this seems the most straightforward. So yeah, now again the opposition is in Black's favor, excuse me, and yeah, this will it's just no chance for White at all. So yeah, so Black would want to play this, of course, but now now it's not possible because of this small combination. where white first removes the piece on 13, secondly removes the piece on 4, and then only then plays 37-31 and takes 4 to king, and it's even winning according to Scan.
Yeah,
Notes that
not
better.
even a chance for black to go to the king. Yeah.
No, exactly, because immediately if black goes to the king, immediately white has takes profit of the fact that he has left piece on 48 there, and black cannot escape. From capturing.
Okay,
So,
let's go back to the game.
So yeah, we saw the move 42-38, and now this is becoming very scary for
Yeah. Look at the scorebar now. It says
this is
1.5.
this is
Ooh.
very scary, very
Oh, no.
scary. Because the fact that Scan is proposing to let black break through essentially on this wing.
Oh,
It's a sign that it's panicking as well. So yeah, it's not human to play 48-42 here. Absolutely not. And we see
No.
Schwartzman play 22-27 almost immediately. And Roux indeed played 38-33. Yeah, so now the most natural thing to do for black is to bring 11 into the game, the last piece that is not participating in the attack. It should join the game now. And now is the perfect moment because 33-28 is not possible because of a small combination like this. And then take 4. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, this is the perfect moment to play 11-17. And yeah, it's absolutely unclear to me where, white just, as I said, white just has to make white just has to make a few moves and that don't lose immediately and see how bad it is afterwards.
because still it could be that if we check king, so maybe it's probably it still says it's a draw. Could be.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
That's the difference between King's Row and Scan. The different engines. Scan is a bit more like the human, and King's Row just really calculates everything like a computer. So it could be that King's Row says it's a draw, but as a human, it's very difficult to find.
Yes,
so that's why it can be very tricky, this position.
Yes, and this scan bar also has the kind of disadvantages for analyzing that. If it sees an end game which is 3 against 1, for example, it will still give an advantage for black. If black is the one who has the 3 kings, while everyone knows that the 3 against 1 is a theoretical draw. But somehow that's not programmed into the scan engine.
Oh, in Scan itself it is, I think, but not in the Scan we are using. In
the web scan. Okay.
Yeah, so it's important to state because of the makers of Scan, we don't want to make them.
No, of course. But
you're right, and maybe it's also good to tell for all the Dutch fans that I think Roux is closer to King's Row than to Scan. So if
in his calculation, you
it's
mean?
a draw, if King's Row says it's a draw and Scan says it's -1, then there's a big chance Roux will still manage to save
definitely. Roux is in terms of calculation, Roux is a bit of a machine. It's quite scary actually. But yes, of course, he will still have to find very good.
Oh.
Not oh.
Oh, we have some problem here.
Something happened.